All right, good evening and welcome everybody. Thanks for your attention. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole. I'm just going to read out something that's new for our agendas. We have an acknowledgement that's, we acknowledge that the land in which we gather is the traditional territory of the Coast and Strait Salish people. Specifically, we recognize the Lekwungen-speaking people, known today as the Songhees and Esquimalt nations, and that their historic connections to these lands continue to this day. Can't tell you how happy it makes me to be able to say that. So please note that we are live streaming this. There's a video recording of the meeting, and it's being archived on the municipal website. So basically, the backs of most of your heads, or well, from I think actually just the table here is in the live stream. So, but if you come up to the table, the back of your head may be visible, and people will be able to hear you. It's very important that everybody use their mics and make sure that you're speaking directly into the mic so that people can hear you at home as well. So if you're wondering, this is because it's Committee of the Whole. I'm acting mayor this part of the year, and so that's why I'm chairing the meeting. And I'm going to move on to the agenda. We have a packed agenda this evening, so I'm hoping that we can keep our comments brief and try not to repeat other things other people have said, and just stick to the agenda as best we can, because yeah, that'll just be helpful for everybody not to have to be here all night. We have a request from Councillor Neal to attend the 2017 LGLA conference, and that has been added to the agenda as item number 14. Can we please have a motion to adopt the amended agenda as circulated?
Seconded.
Call a question. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. All right, so beginning with the first item on the agenda under Parks, Recreation and Culture, we have our new chair. We have Monty Holding, who has returned as chair to the commission. Welcome back. And we have our Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture, Ray Herman. Almost called him Roy. It's very confusing. Thanks for coming. And we, so if we could just begin by having you go do a quick overview of anything on the agenda that you wanted to address or raise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You will note that there are actually two sets of minutes in your package this month, the minutes from the December meeting and the January meeting, and that's because given Council's amended schedule in December, the Commission meeting actually took place after the Committee of the Whole, so that's why you see two sets of minutes. The December meeting, as is usual, is very short and sweet. It's just the basic monthly staff reports and then a social afterwards. So I can report that that meeting went well, and as did the social afterwards.
Excellent.
And then the January meeting, there were basically two, other than the elections and a start of the annual start of the year address from Mayor Jensen, there were two items other than normal staff reports. One was on the Parks and Beaches bylaw, and Mr. Jones was in attendance to speak to that item. And there was also a request from Inspire Health to do a rain walk fundraiser this year, which is a new event that the Commission approved the use of the park, but that I believe is for Council to continue in terms of approval process.
Great. Okay, thank you. Well, before we move to that item specifically, the Inspire Health rain walk, I just want to express thanks on behalf of the entire community, council, and the mayor, that for the pool. We are so happy that it's back, it's running, looks glorious and clean and beautiful, and thank you so much, especially from my kids and all their friends, because it sure it makes a great void in our lives when it wasn't there, we realized, which we take for granted, and we had to drive all the way up to Gordon Head, And so it was fantastic. Thanks for your hard work at making sure that that could happen so smoothly.
Thank you, and if I could take advantage of this opportunity to publicly acknowledge the maintenance staff who did yeoman's work for a 5+ week period of time, late hours and under a lot of pressure, and really did an excellent job. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
That's excellent. Right through Christmas too, which is, yeah, something. Okay, so council want to move on to the item of the Inspire Health Rain Walk. Which is basically regarding the sale of refreshments. That would we need a motion, I think, towards that.
I'll move approval. Yeah, I thought maybe we have to do the minutes first, do we?
Oh.
Yeah, or...
I'll just check in, folks. Typically what would happen is if the committee has no concerns with the item, we'd bring it forward to our subsequent council meeting, and then that would be our opportunity to formally adopt it.
Okay, so perhaps I could ask a question in
Certainly.
regards to the minutes. First, thanks very much, Mr. Holding, for agreeing to be chair of the committee again, or commission again. I know this is what, your third go around, second go around? Fifth go around, whatever it is, we're happy to have you back. So, but I do have a question in regards to some of the minutes with regards to the MS walk. And I'm just wondering, with the closure of the MS office here, has that affected anything to do with the MS walk, or?
Not that I'm aware of, or that they've communicated to us when they applied for the event.
Okay, good. Well, I guess we can maybe follow up with that. And
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, were there any other questions from council regarding the minutes?
So I'll move approval of the minutes, excluding those two items.
If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed? All right, so, okay. All right, as per the explanatory note, commission minutes and recommendations are adopted, except for the special event and bylaw amendment, which we'll address later. Okay. All right, thanks very much. Thanks again to you both for your continued service, and pass that along to the rest of the commission, the new members too. Welcome from all of us. Thank you. Okay, so moving right along, we're on to land use applications. And as I said earlier, we have a large number of land use applications before the committee this evening, and we want to make sure to give everyone who's interested in speaking the opportunity to do so. So the bylaw does require a motion for us to go past 10:30 tonight. So we would ask any speakers to keep their remarks brief, where at all possible, and if you agree with a previous speaker, indicating agreement is sufficient, and let's hope we can keep to that 10:30 deadline. So we begin our land use section with 5 Upland siting and design applications. Before coming to committee of the whole, they have been considered at our advisory design panel, and if they are ultimately determined by the committee to be ready to proceed, the recommendations will be included for adoption at the council meeting on January 23rd. So if we appear to be rushing through these, it's not because we haven't discussed them in the past, or if they haven't been looked at by the advisory design panel. So let's begin with number 2, which is Upland siting and design application for 2700 Lansdowne Road. It's a new dwelling and an accessory building. So if we can have an overview from the planning department, please.
This is an application for Upland siting and design at 2700 Lansdowne Road. They are looking to remove the existing single-family home and construct a new home with an accessory building. So it's located in a similar location than what is currently in place, moving it slightly forward on the site. Driveway alignment will change from direct access from Lansdowne and up the Midland right-of-way to further north on the site to better access the garage. The proposed home is just over 7,000 square feet, replacing the existing home of about 1,700 square feet. There are a number of trees to be removed and are being replaced with a number of new trees, including one Gary oak. There's one bylaw protected tree on the site that the roots will have to be protected. Sorry, that's for the property to the east. And the design panel has reviewed this application on several occasions, particularly looking at tree preservation and cohesiveness in the building design.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Okay, are there any questions from the committee for staff? Councillor Croft?
Thank you, Chair. To staff, I noticed that the advisory design panel asked that additional revisions to the proposed design to include dark sky exterior lighting, reduce the paved surface for the driveway area, and reduce the overall driveway width. Was that accomplished with their final design?
Yes, the applicant has notated on their site plan that they will incorporate dark sky principles, and the width of the driveway has been reduced to 3.35.
All right, are there any other questions from committee? No? All right. I invite the public to speak. Has anybody got any questions, or did they want to make a comment on this application? Okay, seeing no one, we'll need a resolution. Yeah.
Before I make a resolution, I guess I sort of have a question of staff. Is there anything that we can do? This and a couple of other applications are all in the same corner, essentially, or the same immediate geographical area. Is there anything we can do to at least make requests of the applicants to try and keep as much of the? There are large lots. Can we do anything to sort of encourage them to keep all the trucks and materials and so forth on their own sites? Because the streets are going to get very congested there on Lansdowne, I'd imagine.
It's partly difficult to get all the vehicles on site. However, we work with Public Works and the police department when any issues of traffic arise, when there's a lot of construction happening in a certain area. We ask the police to assess it to see if there's any safety concerns, and then they address it with Public Works by not allowing parking in certain areas if that's the case.
All right, thank you. And I guess before we get to that, then just to all the applicants in that area, try and keep your congestion to the minimum, because there's going to be a lot of building going on, it looks like, in that one little corner, all at the same time. Thank you. I guess I'm prepared to move the motion.
Seconded.
The recommendation, okay.
Just one quick question. Mr. Thomason, is the tree that's being removed, the Gary Oak, is that right in the middle of the building envelope? Because I can't see it on the plan.
Sure, they're actually not removing a Gary Oak, they're replacing a Gary Oak in the northwest corner of the lot.
Okay. So it's damaged, or it's...
What they're proposing to remove is one maple tree that's of protected size, but the arborist has confirmed that it's in poor condition.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Zelka?
Thank you, Chair. A question. Sorry, I couldn't quite figure out, what is the FAR of the existing house being removed? I see the new house is going to be 0.344. But what is the FAR of the existing? Thank you.
That's not something that was indicated on the original plans. We don't have that information.
Briefly, would it be in the same ratio as 1,700 square feet to 7,000 square feet? I'm just trying to figure it out.
We would have to go away and do the calculations based on existing grade, is there basement exemption, and so on.
Okay, if there are no further comments or questions from council, we have a resolution or a motion on the floor. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed? Carried. Okay. It's a good pace. On to the next application. So we have an Uplands siting and design application at 2695 Lansdowne Road, which is a new building and accessory building. Sounds very similar. I feel like deja vu here. If we could have an overview from Ms. Jensen.
Certainly. Again, this is an application to remove the existing single-family home and replace it with a new home and accessory building. The proposed home being approximately 4,700 square feet in size. The applicant is proposing to retain all of the trees. The accessory building may have an impact on one tree, so the arborist will be working with them on that particular point. The access into the site will remain the same. The advisory design panel has reviewed this application on several occasions. Again, just looking to clarify the style, providing some cohesiveness, and confirming roof lines and placement of materials.
Thank you. All right, are there any questions from committee for staff?
I'll move approval.
Seconded.
Okay, we have to ask the public first before we jump to that. Are the applicants in attendance? Okay, great. Hi, welcome. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this application? Seeing none. Okay, I think no discussion here. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Carried. Okay, moving along to the next one. Upland Siting and Design Application 3140 Midland Road. If you could give us an overview, Ms. Jensen, thank you.
This is a site along the west side of Midland Road that was subject to council approval in January of 2016 to construct a detached garage in the rear yard. At that point in time, council gave them approval to a 1.83 meter variance to the interior side lot line. That building is currently under construction, but the applicant has come back wanting to make some revisions to the materials on the building. So, for example, realigning some of the windows and doors, decreasing the amount of skylights, and changing the siding to board and batten.
All right. Were there any questions from the committee? Is the applicant in the audience? Hi. Did anybody from the public have any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Given that this is...
I move the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion of the committee? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Great. Well, it's a greenhouse, and there's more to come, yeah. All right, so the next one, Upland Siting and Design Application at 3315 Norfolk Road. This is exterior renovations and expanding rear deck. Ms. Jensen?
Again, this is an existing home at 3315 Norfolk Road, constructed in 1966. The applicants are proposing to undertake some upgrades to the home, including replacement of doors and windows and expanding the rear deck and realigning a dormer roof. So the applicant has been through to the design panel on on occasion, and the design panel encouraged them to wrap some of the character features of the home into the rear yard, and that's been accomplished through placement of some brick columns and removing some of the horizontal aluminum railings on the rear deck. The arborist has confirmed there are no issues.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from committee or comments? I think the applicant's in the audience. Yes. Were there any questions from the public or comments? Seeing none.
Move the
Look
staff
for a
recommendation.
motion.
Second.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Not opposed. Carried. Okay. We're going to be out of here by 8 o'clock, or? I totally jinxing it, aren't I? I can't help it. Okay, it's fun.
Excuse me.
I never get to talk.
I have to just recuse myself. I have an indirect pecuniary interest in this. It's my neighbor, so thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, we'll wait for Councillor Murdoch to excuse himself. I should have been a teacher, because then I could have just talked all day and everybody would have had to listen. But, yeah. Okay, so back to 3150 Midland Road. Do we have we've had an overview from Ms. Jensen? Okay, thank you.
So very similar to the previous application, this is an existing home that they're proposing to undertake some upgrades to the existing home, constructed in 1933. The upgrades would affect not only the single-family home, but the accessory building as well. So again, replacement of doors, windows, realigning a dormer roof. They're looking at a slight addition at the rear, filling it just a small portion along the rear of the house that is in somewhat close proximity to a very large oak tree. The arborist has confirmed that because no excavation is taking place, there will be no impact on the tree. I've reviewed by the design panel, who suggested the proposed renovations were appropriate for the home.
All right. Are there any questions from committee for staff? We're on 3150 Norfolk Road. I'm sorry, Midland. No, we're not. No, we didn't. We haven't done Midland yet, have we? We're on number yeah, we're on number 6, 3150 Midland. We're really, usually, this never happens for the new people here. It's not my fault. You don't live on King George. You live on King George, you don't live on Midland, right? 3150 Midland. I thought you were somehow related to them. Okay. All right, welcome back to the meeting. So, we've had a brief overview from Ms. Jensen. Are there any questions from committee on this application? No, seeing none. Is there anyone from the public has any questions or comments? Are the applicants in the audience? Okay, you're here. All right, motion?
Move the staff recommendation.
Seconded. Okay, call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Okay. Thanks. Councillor Murdoch recuses himself for the next application, which is item number 7 on the agenda, which begins our development variance applications. If they're ultimately determined by the committee to be ready to proceed to council, notification will be undertaken following this meeting, and they will be finally considered on February 14th. Such a lovely Valentine's Day way to spend your evening, right? So item number 7 is development variance permit application at 383 King George Terrace. It's a contextual setback for front lot line on the waterfront. So if Ms. Jensen could give us an overview.
So this is an application to remove the existing home and construct a new residence at 383 King George Terrace. The siting of the proposed home, they're looking for a variance to the contextual setback, which is essentially how does the new home align with the residences on both sides of them. They have cited the building so that it will be outside of the 15-meter setback for the Shorelines Development Permit area. So there'll be no works within that area, and they're not required to go through that process. There are 2 trees on the property, proposing to remove both of those, one of which is protected size. It's quite a large chestnut tree. The Advisory Planning Commission has reviewed the application. They did discuss the removal of the chestnut tree and any impact on ocean views and staying out of the DP area. They did determine that they would recommend approval and that they felt the siting was quite a good balance between all of those 3 items.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from committee? Councillor Braithwaite?
Thank you, Chair, through you. So basically, they're going to be, when you're looking at the surrounding houses, they're just moving that house, or they're going to build that house closer to the beach area to be the same as the other houses, in line with the other houses? Or is it the other way around?
Their wish is to pull it closer to the ocean,
Right.
but because
Yeah.
of where they're siting it, it's the alignment along the front that it's requiring
Right.
variance.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions from committee? No? Okay. Is the applicant present this evening? Welcome. Are there any questions from the public? Comments? Okay. No rushing to the table here. All right. I'm looking for a motion then.
Move staff recommendation.
Seconded.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed? Carried. All right, moving along to item number 8, which is the development variance permit application for 2275 Neal Street. We're looking at a second-story construction and prior to Board of Variance approval. Ms. Jensen, if you could give the overview, please. Thanks.
The applicant is proposing to add a second story over a portion of the existing single-family home, a portion of that to be included over the garage area. That garage went through a Board of Variance request in 2002 where they approved the siting of the garage. Basically, they were looking at nonconformity and constraints alongside lot lines. So the applicant is proposing to build the second story in such a way that by pulling it forward will retain additional daylight into the rear yard of the adjacent properties. The variance is for the front lot line setback. No impact on trees on this site. The Advisory Planning Commission recommended in favor.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Is there any comments or questions from committee? Is the applicant here this evening? Welcome. Is there any comments or questions from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion from council, from committee.
Move approval.
Seconded.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Carried. Okay, great. All right. Thank you. Item 9, development variance permit application at 19 King George Terrace. This is a realignment of interior lot line and a new residence. Ms. Jensen, if you could give us an overview.
This one's a little bit more complicated. This site currently holds one single family home, but it does consist of 2 legal lots. So the applicants have come forward requesting to adjust the interior side lot line between those 2 lots to widen the smaller one and make it a bit more usable. That's requiring variances to both the lot frontage and the lot width on both of the existing lots. As part of the proposal, they're hoping to keep the existing building and moving it further onto the larger lot, and then a new home would be constructed on the smaller lot. Both of those are requiring variances for setbacks, and the older home requiring variances for height as well. It will actually be lower in height than what it currently is, given the slope on the lots as it is now. The smaller lot will also require a variance to paved surface. They are looking to double up on the paving essentially, so they're creating a shared driveway, and it will be reoriented slightly to create a little bit more safety as they enter in and out of the site.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for staff? Councillor Zelka?
Thank you, Chair. A question for staff. I'm sorry, I can't quite figure out the size of the new smaller lot, and I believe both of them are RS5. I want to confirm that as well, please. And I also want to say I appreciate the 1912 home being saved. Thank you.
Yes, they are both RS5s. 558 square meters.
Okay. Councillor Murdoch?
Yeah, just for my clarification, is this a situation where there used to be 3 lots and they sort of divided into 2? Is that how this sort of, because this is obviously never meant to be a building lot if it's such a narrow, and I'm also curious, what is the width, the exact width of the current, sort of second lot on this 2-lot? Approximate is fine.
I believe the current width of the Lot B is 7.62 meters or 25 feet.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Are the applicants in attendance this evening? Great, welcome. And are there any questions for the applicant from the committee? Councillor Murdoch?
I think you have to come forward.
Okay, if you guys could come forward.
Hello.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome. And I think do they have okay, if you could write your names down and your municipality of residence on the sheet, that'd be great. Thank you. And Councillor Murdoch, you had a question?
Yeah, I feel like I'm ruining the rhythm of the whole meeting.
Yeah,
here
we were on a roll until, you left early, you came back, now you're asking questions.
I have a, yeah, that's right.
It's democracy. It's kind of messy. It's okay.
No, the question is actually a fairly simple one. I certainly do appreciate the efforts being made to keep the existing home. My understanding is from the heritage that we have on, information we have on it, there's no particular notability to it, doesn't deserve designation or anything of that nature, but we also try and take advantage of these moments in time where things like this happen to find ways of preserving the stories that attach to these houses. So there's, I'm sure you're probably aware, but if not, there's 2 different types of heritage. There's registry and there's the designation. I don't think there's any indication here this house deserves to be designated, i.e. protected from being knocked down in the future. We certainly just appreciate you doing that. That's a very positive thing for the community. But the registry process is really just capturing the history of the house. That's a lot of that social history as well, and that just gets added to our register of historical houses. It doesn't impart legal protection, but it does add to the overall community benefit in the sense that we then know the stories of those houses, and those tend to get lost when the houses get knocked down if they haven't been done beforehand. So my request of this would just be that that you, the applicant, go through that process. It's not terribly onerous. It's just a matter of working a bit with archives and with heritage to get it done. I'm just curious if you would be willing to do that as part of the subdivision process.
Yes, we discussed it to do that.
It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further comments or discussion, questions from the committee or from the public? No? Okay.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right. Further discussion? Councillor Murdoch?
Yeah, just a clarification from probably the Director of Building and Planning. Given that willingness, is it appropriate as part of this much? There's a recommendation in the application following on York that part of the motion includes a request to develop that statement of significance and so forth for heritage registration. Is that appropriate to add to this motion at this point?
Well, it would actually have to be something that the owner is offering up, which it seems like they're willing to. I think we would have to just follow through with that offer with them. I don't think we can make it a condition to the variance application.
Okay, thank you. In this case, it'd be it's an application for because all we're really considering here is variance, is not the
Just the DPP.
Yeah, not the subdivision.
And there could be an opportunity to maybe covenant through the subdivision process if the owner's prepared to do that. So
fair enough. Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'm going to call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you. Good luck. Okay, moving along, item 10, onto the development variance permit application for 1984 Crescent Road, which looks like some renovations to a garage and driveway. Ms. Jensen, if you could give us a quick overview.
This is an existing home constructed in 1939. So the site has recently been purchased, and the applicants are proposing to construct an attached garage at the front of the house. This is quite a steeply sloping site with the home located up at the topmost portion of the site. Currently there is no garage, and in fact they've got an existing circular drive with 2 driveway accesses, one of which is coming out on the adjacent property. So with no covered parking, they're actually alleviating some of the non-conforming aspects of the site. But because of the slope of the site, adding on the garage has changed the grade, and so they're looking at multiple variances, both for heights and for setbacks, to accommodate both the garage and then some of the minor additions along the rear of the house. So the Advisory Planning Commission did consider this, recognizing that it was a challenging site, but recommended approval.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for staff? Councillor Murdoch?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just for clarification, on the drawings here, there are some indications of old roof, new roof on the building and so forth. Those plans are all completed. Just confirm the house. There's no changes to the house itself per se in terms of roof height. It's just the attached garage.
There are a number of smaller additions along the northwest and northeast side of the home, so that was where you would see some changes to the roof height as they add those pieces on.
If I could clarify, they're actually changing the roof pitch on this and actually lowering the pitch of the roof. It's actually shown on the front elevation drawing, the original peak of the existing roof, and they've actually lowered the height of that.
Okay, that helps clarify. Thank you.
Councillor Croft?
Thank you, Chair. None of these variances are existing. These are all new variances to accommodate this renovation. Is that correct? Or are we sort of fixing things that were pre-existing?
There were some non-conforming aspects of the home as it stands now, but because they're adding on to that rear portion, it's increasing the non-conformity, and so this process would legalize all of those.
Councillor Zelka?
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if staff could explain the determination of sprinklered having to do with the driveway slope. I'm not familiar with that, please.
Essentially, our building bylaw allows the fire chief to determine whether, for firefighting purposes, if a building's not accessible for their apparatus, then they can require a sprinkler into the building. I believe the owner actually has offered this up anyways, because it is a challenging site.
Okay. Are the applicants in attendance this evening? Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant from committee? Is there any questions from the public or comments from the public on this application? All right.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Carries. All right. Thank you. Moving along to items 11 and 12, and these are both the meatier items on the agenda, the rezoning applications. Although there are additional processes each application includes, the bylaws should come before council for the first 2 readings on January 23rd, and a public hearing will still need to be called for each application. So this is just the beginning of a process for these 2 applications. So we're going to start with item number 11, which is a zoning amendment and development variance permit application for 1605 York Place. If you could give us an overview, Ms. Jensen, thank you.
Certainly, this is an existing large lot at 1605 York Place. The applicants are proposing to rezone a portion of the lot from RS2 to RS3 to facilitate a 2-lot subdivision. The existing home would remain as is. It would require construction of a detached garage to meet the parking requirements for the new lot. The second lot would be located on the north side of the existing, adjacent to some other lots with RS3 zoning, so very similar in size. There are a number of large trees on the site, including some Gary oaks. There's also an eagle nest tree on the site. So the application as is does meet OCP policies. The lot sizes do complement adjacent properties, and as a condition of rezoning, staff are recommending, should council choose to proceed, a covenant that would be registered for protection of vegetation around the eagle nest tree, that a building envelope, general building envelope be set up for siting of a future home. We would look at construction timing for protection around the eagle nest tree, and the applicant has also agreed to place their home on the Heritage Register.
All right, this is a complicated one. There are several steps in this. So I'm going to look for questions from the committee from staff. For staff, sorry. Councilor Mayor Jensen.
Thank you. This is a very historic home designed by, I don't know if completely designed, but at least designed in part by Rattenberry, is that correct? And I'm wondering if thought was given to whether or not the exchange shouldn't be just to put it on the registry, but actually to have the home designated. We've done that in a number of other places where in exchange for rezoning or perhaps some variances, the owners have actually designated the home, which gives a much higher level of protection than just being on the register. Was that raised at all? Because it could also be, I assume, so that's my first question, it could also be, I assume, under an HRA, Heritage Revitalization Agreement, which has a lot of flexibility in terms of variances and rezoning and that zoning and that kind of thing. So has a thought been given, first of all, to actually designating it as opposed to just putting it on the registry?
When the applicants initiated this process, the conversation was had about going one of two routes, through the rezoning process or through Heritage Revitalization Agreement. At that time, working with the applicant, they wanted to go down the rezoning application process. So as we've moved along through time, there's been more discussion around the heritage component of the site, particularly with some of the residents in the area looking at a larger heritage conservation area. So absolutely the conversation has been had with the applicant as to whether just being added to the Heritage Register or being designated as well. The applicants are here so they could certainly speak to this, but at this stage I think they're looking at just adding to the Heritage Register and then taking a closer look at designation later on as part of that conservation area process.
If I might just follow up, Madam Chair.
Certainly.
And that is, we're moving towards a Heritage Register that doesn't really need permission. So we're just, right, we're taking that element of consent away. We're looking at it in any event, right? So I fail to see, and maybe you can help me, how this is an exchange if we're eventually going to just put homes, if we move in that direction completely, homes that heritage value will just be placed on the registry, which I understand other communities do. So I'm just can't kind of follow the argument, or I'd like to be able to follow the argument about why consenting to being put on the registry has some inherent value if we're looking in the future to putting houses on there without consent.
I believe that goes back to really the legislation. There are two different levels of protection on the site. So it really is going to be up to council and or the applicants, depending on how this discussion follows, as to what level of protection you want to place on the building.
Okay. And perhaps, Madam Chair, that's something that can be asked of the applicants, because
When they join us,
I certainly, the way I look at it is I think this is an excellent opportunity to recognize a Rattenberry house and to protect it.
Mm-hmm.
So we may want to consider that. Thank you.
All right. If there are no more questions for staff, okay, there are several before we bring the applicants into this, okay. So Councillor Zelka and Murdoch.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to hear the suggestion to maybe ask for designation if that's possible. I also wanted to ask about whether we can talk about the HCA at this time. I know it's not in place yet, but whether it's, I'd be interested at the time of wondering whether the, not only the existing property, but also the new vacant property, whether there would be a consideration for that to be within the HCA as well, to potentially put some controls over whatever is being built on the new lot that's going to be in, sympathetic to the neighborhood. So I would be generally wanting to know whether that's something we could ask for. Thank you.
Just to clarify, apart from any HCA process that might take place as part of this rezoning application, because it is slightly increasing density, it would go through another development permit process subsequent to all of this if council approved it. That would look essentially at that. It's the development permit to look at form and character on that new lot and what that might look like.
Sorry, that was my fault. I should have pointed that out in the introduction, actually, that there are more steps to this process.
Thank you. And as a result, in this additional step, that would be an appropriate time to ask whether, in exchange for the form and character, we could ask for HCA designation at that time. I'm just wondering whether as part of the rezoning we have to ask for it now, or whether we have the option for asking for it later with respect to benefit back to the district. Thank you.
I think as part of that development permit in the future, council could certainly refer the application to the Heritage Commission for recommendation on the siting and design of that building if it so desires. So it would then have the same effect as being in a heritage conservation area where it has heritage input on the design, and council can consider that.
All right, Councillor Murdoch.
Thank you, through Chair. I guess just a comment. I mean, and we don't actually know exactly what the heritage conservation area, if it exists in future, because we haven't gone through that process yet. But I think the general intent here is certainly to keep that. My question is just a very simple one. The RS2 variance, I understand that. I'm curious about the RS3 zones just north of the proposed RS3 lot. A lot of them just by eyeballing look smaller than the RS3 zone approved in general. So can you just let us know the RS3 zone lots that are adjacent? Are they all compliant with the RS3 zoning?
So essentially that subdivision, when it went through, it was a strata lot subdivision. So it was Bearland Strata subdivision. And under those regulations of the Bearland Strata Act, there isn't lot averaging that is permitted. So what happens is, I can't remember if there was 8 properties there. Essentially, total of the area of all the properties and then divided by the number, the averaging would work out to the RS3 zone.
Okay. Councillor Croft?
Yeah, through you, Chair, and to staff. I'm interested in this sequencing, and I know it's early stages about talking about an HCA or even an HRA, a Heritage Revitalization Agreement, but the HCA, Heritage Conservation Area, if there were to become a heritage conservation area and the owners of this property agreed to have that included, then it would have that heritage designation. It seems like the timing, the sequencing, and I'm curious about what that would look like, if we went down the road of looking for designation now, registration, designation.
Ms. Stanson?
Yeah, I would suggest that if we're looking at this particular application, I think what you're seeing is we've got a rezoning application that's running with the development variance permit application. And that variance permit application is to look at variances to the lot width and lot frontage of the 2 proposed lots. So should council approve the rezoning application, they would still be flowing through a subdivision application as a result of those approved variances. if that subdivision application is approved, we'd also be looking at that development permit application respecting the siting and design of the new home on the smaller lot in the RS3. Should council wish to be looking at additional heritage registration on the existing home, I would suggest that probably the appropriate place to do that is now. We've asked for condition of approval of being on the heritage register. Council may want to have the discussion as to whether they want to take that to the next step and ask the applicants to look at that as a heritage designation as part of the rezoning application.
All right. Are there further questions from the committee for staff? Okay, is the applicant in attendance this evening? Hi, welcome. Are there questions for the applicants? Okay, if you guys could come on up and join us. And we'll need your names and your community of residence, which is obviously Oak Bay, for the record. Great, thank you.
You want both our names? Yeah?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. It helps with the minutes.
Sure.
All right, so were there any questions from committee for the applicants? Councillor Murdoch and then Mayor Jensen.
I was just, didn't see you jumping up, so I was just asking the question. I think you've heard the conversation here about the register versus designate conversation, and I was in attendance, obviously, at the Heritage Commission where this was also discussed, but not decided upon in any way, shape, or form. I think at that point it seemed like there was still some looking into on your half part to sort of see what that would entail and whether the house would qualify and what parts of it and so forth. So I'm just curious your take on the designation process.
Yet, as Mayor Jensen said, the main part of the house was constructed in about 1904. Since then, there have been a number of renovations. In fact, as you approach the house from York Place, none of what you see was constructed before, I think, 1960. If you go around the house and approach it from, you can't get there, but if you came at it from the Prospect Place, you would see parts of it that would be dating back to the previous, to 1904 or whenever. So when we talked to Ms. Jensen and Mr. Thomason in the beginning, I'd say more than my wife, Kate, I was a little bit petrified of the heritage designation. As we worked through it, and we've met a number of times with the HCA group. In fact, Kate was at the meeting on Saturday. We don't have any issue with anything with what they're doing, but we thought since what the HCA is going to be, how it's going to be governed, is very much up in the air at the moment. So we thought the best way we can protect the property is by doing two things. One is putting the house on the registry, and then pending whatever happens with the HCA, going another step. And the second part was when we started this process about a year and a half ago, we were told quite strongly we should be requesting an RS5 zoning, which would mean we would not need any variances. Our take on that was we thought it made more sense if you look at the natural topography. It made more sense if you looked at the environment around the property to just get an RS3 for part of the property and leave the main part of it as an RS2 as it was previously, although that necessitated the request for variances. So to prevent further construction in the future, at least without it having to go through you guys at some depth. So that was our response to the HCA stuff was one, request the minimal amount of rezoning possible, and secondly, put the house on the registry, and thirdly, of course, participate in the HCA, which we're very supportive.
All right. Mayor Jensen, did you have any, follow-up there?
So I don't want to put you on a spot, and I don't think you need to answer tonight, but as the process evolves, I would like to kind of find out how you feel about designation, apart from being initially petrified, and how you feel about it now. So The HCA will be an important instrument. We don't know what it's going to look like, the extent of protections, and it still needs council approval. So that's a kind of a, relying on some potential for future protection. I think we need to have the protection now. Anything can happen. The HCA may not come about, or it might come about in such a fashion that it has less protection. So that's why I raised the issue of designation. And I think that's something that I certainly would like to consider that we as a council pursue. It is, we have quite a number of designated houses in the area already. And I think this would be an important step forward towards heritage preservation. I appreciate that it's not pristine, original, and that is something that I think we need to look at as to how that affects designation. But we would, I think, need to take some advice from that, from our Heritage Commission on that, given that it's been altered, right? So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Murdoch. Actually, before we move on, can I ask you to introduce yourselves, just for the record? Thanks.
I'm Kate Jordan.
My name's Tim McElvain. I originally bought York Place in 2004, and I loved it so much I bought it again in 2010 for my ex-wife. So I'm one of those few people who've bought the same house twice, but nevertheless, we love the area. And if I can just add on to Mayor Jensen's comment, my understanding, and you guys obviously are much more versed in this, was by putting the registry, putting the house on the registry, there would be no loss of control by the Heritage Commission as far as someone doing something to the house, while at the same time allowing us to see how the HCA develops as it goes on.
All right.
I can answer, but I think it's better if staff deals with what the difference between a registry versus a designation in terms of the control that's mentioned here.
In terms of the registry, there is a bylaw for the registry, and if it's on the registry, then if anybody's doing an exterior alteration or asking for demolition, then what happens is the application is brought forward to council, and at that time council have the opportunity to put in a 60-day protection order in order for further investigation, usually from the Heritage Commission, to determine whether there's a significant heritage value there where council could force a designation at that time if they so desire.
If I might just follow up on that, Mr. Thompson, just speak to the potential consequences and risk of a forced designation versus voluntary designation.
Yeah, forced designation, essentially, there could be compensation if there is loss in value for designating the property that the municipality would have to pay to an owner. But that is if there is demonstrated loss of value.
And just to complete that thought, that wouldn't apply to voluntary designation.
That's right. With voluntary designation, then the option of compensation for designation is waived. Yes.
Thank you. So just from that point of view, Madam Chair, and for the benefit of the applicants, it really, being on the registry just provides notice, and should there be designation after that, provides risk. So that's why designating in advance voluntarily reduces, eliminates risk and certainly and gives a large measure of protection. But not that I expect tonight you to say one way or another, because obviously this is an important aspect, but that is something that I think before we make any decisions needs to be pursued, and a decision at this board, this group needs to be made as to whether or not that be a condition of moving forward. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Murdoch, and then Councillor Zelka.
So yeah, two things. First, to staff, just for my clarification again, I think I understand this. The mayor mentioned the fact that there is risk attached. In this situation where we're rezoning, we can request a designation as a condition of rezoning without accepting any risk. Is that correct?
Essentially, council is saying that placing the home on the Community Heritage Register and or designation on the Heritage Register is a condition of this rezoning. But if you take it back to the legislation, it's still that difference between council forcing that designation on them. So it's not really the process that we're going through right now as it is about the legislation.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I would just make the point, and if you have any points to add to this, please do. But having sat through the discussion at the Heritage Commission, part of the problem is with this property is that we know it was built by Rattenbury or designed by Rattenbury. We know when it was built. We know there's a bunch of renovations done to it. We know some of the social history, but we don't know all of it. And certainly I think it may be presumptive at this point to designate, unfortunately, because we don't know the specifics. And so I think one of the advantages of going through the Heritage Registry process is that we're going to find out, right? We're going to find out, as part of that, you still develop a statement of significance. You understand the aspects architecturally and what's significant, and then we'll have a better sense of the social history as well. We have a paragraph in Stuart Stark's book at this point. It's a very small amount of information, sort of who lived there and when it was built. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for us to get that information, and I think we'll probably all be in a better position to decide, you know, whether to designate, and then if so, what portions of the house to designate as part of that process. So I kind of see this as a two-step process, that we kind of have to go through the first part first before we can kind of determine the value of adding that extra layer of protection. So I'm actually hearing the conversation, feeling fairly comfortable with the recommendation that's being put forward here.
Okay, Councillor Zelka, and then Mayor Jensen.
Thank you, Chair. A question for staff. With respect to the heritage controls, and this house being, shall we say, a bit of a hybrid, part 1904, part 1960, is it possible to put heritage controls just on the 1904 portion and leave any sort of controls off on the other portions of the house?
Ms. Jensen?
Absolutely. For example, if a home was designated, that bylaw would specifically list some of those components that are considered valuable for the heritage.
Mayor Jensen?
I wasn't quite sure what the sequences of the next steps based on what Councillor Murdoch was saying, because I appreciate that more information is needed. I don't doubt that at all. That doesn't necessarily preclude us from doing that at this point and waiting to see what reports come back and then making a decision before we do any rezoning. Because if you wait, if you just put it on the registry for now and you go through this, well, then there may not be the same incentive to, or we don't have the same, we're not in the same position to require designation. So I'd be very loath to proceed to forward with losing that opportunity for us to include it as a condition. Because once we give up that condition, we can't kind of go back because everything will be done, and then the only way to designate if the owners aren't on board would be to force it, and we've always been loath to do that. So I think the best way is to work in advance to get voluntary agreement as part of the process.
Councillor Braithwaite?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think that what's important here is that we actually haven't asked the applicant whether or not they're willing to put it on the registry properly or to have it designated properly. To me, I think from everything that the applicants have done so far is an indication that they want what's best for this house and what's best for the community. So I would like the opportunity to ask them outright if they would be willing to put that on the designate the house, or is that not something that we can do?
Well, I'd mentioned before. Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
On that point.
Okay.
Before they're actually asked, because I don't think it's fair to put them on the hot seat at this point.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
But
because they need to
can't do
reflect
that
on it. And I
here.
think I mentioned that before. It should, if we could come back to another committee of the whole where they've had a chance to digest and look at the consequences and impacts, and because to ask them here just tonight.
I'm not going to ask for a final decision. I'm just going to say, are they willing to entertain it? That's all. That's the only question that I would have.
Would they
is if they're
entertain
willing
talking, I guess, okay. I don't know. It's up to the chair to whether or
I
not
think
they should-
we'll leave that and allow them to have that conversation offline. Seems unfair.
Well,
Put them on the spot. All right. So, are there any further comments or questions from committee for the applicant? Councillor Murdoch?
Not for the applicant, actually, just so again to Mayor's point about process. If we approve this process, I mean, we're not approving anything here, we're a committee, not council, but if we move this forward, how long along is the rezoning process? Because ultimately, we as soon as we approve the rezoning, that's the end of our sway on this. So, can the registration process and the development of statement of significance, so we have more information, continue in parallel? And what sort of timelines are we looking at for the rezoning process?
Well, I just initially, I know that we have the bylaws could come before council for the first two readings on January 23rd, which is our next council meeting, and a public hearing will still need to be called for each application. But beyond that, Ms. Jensen, did you want to outline the procedure or the process beyond that?
Yeah, should council move ahead with first and second reading and take it to public hearing, it wouldn't be uncommon for staff to then be working with the applicants to fulfill all of those conditions before it went forward for consideration of adoption. Having said that, council technically should not be receiving any new information post the public hearing process, and I would not be wanting to bring back a statement of significance, for example, post the public hearing that might have new information that leads to the heritage designation bylaw.
So as far as timing goes, we would see the bylaws come back next week, then we'd have a public hearing in the following month, and so a statement of significance wouldn't be prepared until at least that, right? It would take at least till February to have that kind of thing done. It wouldn't be prepared before a public hearing.
Madam Chair, I'll just have a quick process thought. I do think that the flag of considering the statement of significance through the Heritage Commission is one that the committee may want to entertain. That's something that they certainly could include in your recommendation at this time. The earliest that a public hearing would at all be possible would ultimately be February 14th, so it may be appropriate to say that there's at least a referral and a discussion at the Heritage Commission prior to a public hearing being called. That would at least give some opportunity to potentially discuss the statement of significance that council could review.
Mayor Jensen?
Another alternative would be to just change that slightly, putting this matter before the Heritage Commission to get advice on designation and on statement of significance, and having them start that process, and then deferring this application to our next committee of the whole. Again, I repeat, I'm quite loath to go down, even take a step forward until we have that kind of information from the applicants who will have had a chance to reflect on it. This house has been around since 1904. Another month is not going to change things a lot, so I think we need to get this right.
Councillor Murdoch?
Yeah, well, I think the Heritage Commission has only the information in front of it, so I think it makes sense to go back to them, but I think in this case, the development of statement of significance, we'd put in the hands of the applicant. I think I mean, the Heritage Commission would help with that process, but they kind of would have to make the application and have that developed and so forth. So for that to go through and have that assistance, it would take certainly one more go to the Heritage Commission. But there'd have to be some groundwork done prior to that meeting so they could have all that work done and looked at and so forth. Because my take on that at this point is there isn't enough information, in the public record to kind of determine what's there. But I would actually probably appreciate if the applicants, having listened to all this discussion, what they have to say. I'm sure there are things going on in their heads before we make any decisions.
Do you want to respond?
I guess we've been working through this process now for we're entering. I guess it was only formally with Oak Bay for over a year now. So from our point of view, we of course would like to move things ahead, and Kate and I are happy to say we would designate at least half of the house that hasn't had the renovation, and then explore designating the additional part if that would allow us to continue to move forward in this process. I don't know if that deals with some of the concerns here. There's some part of the structure that, like a balcony, etc., that one would want to make sure remained regardless. So.
All right. So it seems to me you're encouraged and you're going to carry on with the processes of designation of the in due course, or you
Sorry, we're prepared at this point to commit to designating half the house if that would help move it forward.
help move the zoning
Yeah.
application forward? I think.
As part of the whole package.
Okay, that makes it a lot easier for the decision making around this table. I see there's a member of the community that would like to have has a question, but are there any further questions from committee or before we move to the public? Councillor Murdoch?
So the process for designation is it gets added to the Community Heritage Registry. First statement of significance is done, and then the designation is essentially the bylaw that protects it. So either way, that process has to go forward. So if that's the will, I'm curious of staff, does all of that have to be completed? Does the designation process have to be in concurrent, or can they move forward with its application with the designation process sort of being done in a way that doesn't hold things back?
I believe that you could follow through with that process at a later date. Again, going back to council does have a choice as to whether they want to continue with the applicant voluntarily agreeing to this, or just following through later on with their authority to designate the property themselves.
All right, so I'm going to move to the public because I think that we've wrapped up discussion up here. Is there anyone from the public that has a question or a comment for the applicants or for council? Ms. Cobley? Maybe if you guys could share the microphone or...
St. Patrick Street. Just in terms of the process that's being discussed here, I think there's quite a bit of clarification that's needed. There are a number of heritage-related matters that have come up. There's it can be a process, or they can be independently considered. But I think what it would be useful to understand is that a statement of significance, it's a term, but what it really means is the statement of heritage value. Why is that property being considered for either the Heritage Register or for designation? And that's what it is. And it really is the community that determines that, not the owners. And it's usually the municipality that actually provides the statement of significance as the rationale for inclusion on the register, whether it's just registered, which is not legal protection, or whether it's designated, or some other form of protection, which if the HCA comes about, which is a much longer process and more complicated, it's quite likely that many properties within that area will be protected. And at that point, there will be no requirement for compensation. It's a different process. So it's not one or the other. It can be a sequence, but it doesn't have to be a sequence. But I think there needs to be some clarification of all of these different tools before a decision is made. The thinking at the Advisory Planning Commission was, in making the request for the owners to put their property to place their property on the register, was that this was the first step in the process, and that should the HCA process proceed, then that would be an opportunity to legally protect it in a different way than designation does of an individual property, but within an area. So there's lots to think about here. I have heard that there is a willingness to provide some form of protection. protecting half a house, I don't know. I think you need the information before you make that decision. You need to understand whether there is any value or significance to subsequent additions to a house, because there's also an evolutionary aspect to heritage value. It's not just the house is built and then nothing that happens after that is of value. That's not typically the way it works, because heritage values are determined, and the SOS, as a result of that, are determined on the values that have developed over time in relation to that property. So maybe the addition was done by some other famous architect, or maybe there is another significance that we're not even considering right now, and it's not always just about aesthetics or who built it. So I don't know if that helps or makes it more confusing.
Well, thank you. All right, are there further comments or questions from committee? Okay, if not, is there anyone else from the public that'd like to comment or has any questions? All right, so I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Murdoch.
I will move the recommended motion. I think part of that is it directs staff to proceed with placing the existing home on the Oak Bay Community Heritage Register. And through that process, we've had verbal confirmation that they're willing to do the designation. I think, again, and Ms. Copley reaffirmed that. I mean, until we have that information, we're kind of in the dark here in terms of what's of value and what isn't, and what that would look like. So I think the wording of the motion here, essentially, it achieves the goals. And certainly, you've got to remember here, this is an applicant looking to protect the house that's there and to have this place area redeveloped with covenants for the second lot in a way that is, conducive to the community. And I think we have to also make sure that we're supporting that, which is a very, a lot of community benefit. So I think the motion as laid out by staff achieves all the goals we intend. So I'll prepare to move that.
I'll second.
All right, for the discussion, Mayor Jensen.
I really think the better process to avoid us losing the opportunity to work on the issue of designation rather than registration, if I can use that distinction, is really to put it over to the next committee of the whole. That'll allow these applicants a further opportunity to reflect on what they've said today. Is they'd like maybe to consider designating part of it and not the other. And I think this has the potential, as we move forward in the bylaw, to give up that one area of protection that we could work with the applicants to ensure gets imposed on the house and stays on the house. So I think this has that risk, and I would support certainly a deferral motion to the next committee of the whole, so we can get more information. It is a very complex issue, and I think that's been highlighted by Ms. Copley here. And I think we need some time for the applicants to consider, and also for our staff to work with the applicant of going forward. So I can't support this motion, but I could support a referral of the motion to the next committee of the whole for further work. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion or comments? Councillor Zelka?
Point of process. If I second this referral, does that supersede the main motion?
As a point of clarification, Mayor Jensen, did you make a motion at this time?
No, I suggested one be made.
That would be the process. A motion would need to be on the floor for it to be seconded.
And the question is that is a referral motion supersedes the main motion?
If that motion, the intent of it is to table it to the next, yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. I will so move the referral to the next committee of the whole to provide some time for clarification on this. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion to table to the next committee of the whole, February 14th, and it's been seconded. Is there further discussion? We can't have discussion on a tabling motion, so we're going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that carries. So I guess we'll see you in February. Happy Valentine's Day. I'm sorry. All right, so moving along to item number 12. This is a zoning amendment application for Cadbury Bay Road at Bowker Avenue. It's like standing room only. Just encourage people to come over to the other side of the room here. I think there's some seats over here behind the mayor. There's 2 or 3 spots over there on the other side. Somebody turn the music off. Musical chairs is over. No, just trying to lighten it up here. Sorry. Okay, so we have a zoning amendment application. As everyone here is aware, I'm sure that we're going to have an overview, very brief overview from Ms. Jensen, our manager of planning. And yeah, just to clarify what we're dealing with here.
So this is an application for rezoning that involves 5 lots at the corner of Cadbro Bay Road and Bowker Avenue. This is a site that's affected by 2 separate land use designations in the OCP, one for multifamily and one for secondary village. They are proposing to rezone all of those properties from RM3 to a new comprehensive development zone to allow for the multi-story mixed-use development. The project has been reviewed by staff. It's gone through both the Advisory Design Panel and the Advisory Planning Commission. While both of those commissions recommended council consider approval, they did make comment on a number of concerns regarding massing, heights at the intersection, transitions along Bowker Avenue, affordable housing, parking, and community amenity contributions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jensen. Now we're going to have a presentation, I believe, from the applicant. So if they could come forward. Great, thanks. And if you guys could introduce yourselves, that'd be excellent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mike Miller, President of Abstract Developments. Good evening. Along with my project team, I'm excited to be here tonight to present our development proposal for the properties located at the corner of Cadbro Bay and Bowker. I will give a brief introduction, and then Greg Demant of Cascadia Architecture and Scott Murdoch of Murdoch & DeGreef Landscape Architects will give a formal presentation of the project. Other members of the project team here with me this evening is Vice President of Developments, Sam Ganong of Abstract, as well as Corbin De Silva, Development Manager of Abstract. In addition, we also have Jim Hemstock, Adept Transportation, with us tonight. In total, there are 5 separate properties having a land area of just over 28,000 square feet, or 0.65 of an acre. We began by purchasing the first of these properties just over 3 years ago in September 2013. Over this time, we've had a chance to get to know the surrounding neighbors and learn an immense amount about this neighborhood. The design evolved over several months with a total of 6 community meetings, with surrounding neighbors, beginning at the end of 2015. We started the process by first holding a workshop with the neighbors without actually having any designs or plans to discuss, and for us to better try to understand the neighborhood and hear from the neighbors about what they would like to see. Several items were brought up and discussed, of which 4 surfaced as primary concerns or requests to us to be considered in this design. The existing buildings did not add much to the value of the neighborhood. There's considerable amount of concern around concern regarding the intersection specific to traffic flow and pedestrian safety. A desire for a cafe or restaurant use would be ideal, particularly at the corner, to encourage a local gathering and socializing place. And general concern around on-street parking in the neighborhood. The project team has made considerable efforts to try to respond to each of these items throughout the project's design, while also responding to Oak Bay's recently adopted official community plan. The subject property is designated as secondary village in the OCP, and it is along one of only 3 arterial roads in Oak Bay. As per the OCP guidelines, we have designated the commercial units to meet the needs of the local and to support local businesses and to serve the surrounding neighborhood, with units ranging from 875 square feet to 1,500 square feet. In addition, through staff's recommendation, we've also agreed to enter into a restrictive covenant on the corner property to ensure that it will be used for a cafe or restaurant use in perpetuity. The residential units have been designed to encourage aging in place by providing a much needed variety of housing types within Oak Bay. The units range from 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and some flexible 3-bedroom homes ranging from 700 square feet to 1,900 square feet. There are also 2 patio homes with front doors facing along Cadborough Bay and 2 one-level townhome units with front doors facing along Bowker. After extensive consultation, we made our formal application in April 2016. And we have since worked closely with Oak Bay's planning, engineering, and parks departments to make improvements to the overall proposal. We've also been to APC and ADP for both preliminary and formal reviews. Their comments proved to be valuable, and we ended up receiving recommendations to move forward to committee from both after making revisions to our application based on their feedback. We had a chance to present these revisions to the neighborhood last week, with the most significant revisions being stepping back the entire top floor, with the most significant step back occurring on the Bowker West frontage, reducing the number of residential units from 49 to 43, and increasing the number of parking stalls from 50 to 59. We've also committed to a community amenity contribution for this project totaling $178,000. With a of this, a $50,000 contribution is being earmarked to contribute to the overall improvement of the traffic flow and safety concerns at the intersection. The development proposal has gradually come together through the efforts of a committed team working directly with the surrounding neighbors and taking guidance from staff and the Fish Community Plan. The result is a proposal that we are proud of and we feel will be a positive addition to the neighborhood. Thank you all, and I'll pass the floor to Mr. DeMatt.
Thanks, Mr. Miller. Welcome, Mr. DeMatt.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of my partner, Peter Johanknecht, and our team at Cascadia, it's a pleasure to be able to present this design to you this evening. So I'll just walk you through the project design quickly, and Scott Murdoch, our landscape architect, will talk about the landscape features. Just by way of introduction, and it's always, we think, valuable to provide a bit of the social context for any project of this type. That this is obviously the district of Oak Bay. It's a residential, it's a suburban community by and large. This site is one of only a few, probably, in the district that is suitable for infill development, and that's why under the OCP it's been designated as a secondary village, which means obviously that what the community is looking for here is a mixed-use, multi-story project with commercial uses that will support a walkable neighborhood. Looking at the context in terms of just some photos of the site, as you could see from the satellite image, the site really is the east end of a kind of a peninsula of multi-story, 3- and 4-story residential apartment buildings. It is a site that slopes a full story from its southwest corner down to its northwest corner, and just looking at it here, this is looking at Cabra Bay, southwest corner here, sloping down towards Bowker. These are the two buildings immediately to the west of it on Cabra Bay Road. That's the corner site. You can see the existing building reaches all the way to the limits of the property line right now, creating quite a narrow and unfriendly sidewalk condition. It's certainly not a conducive commercial frontage to activity or lingering and socializing. Coming around the corner, obviously, I think everybody's probably quite familiar with the site, and then along Bowker, and you can see here, Bowker's got a fairly significant right-of-way. Certainly makes it efficient for moving cars, but it's not a particularly interesting pedestrian environment with the broad setbacks and lawns and so on, and that large expanse of asphalt. This drawing is really the main floor plan of the building overlaid on the satellite image, and the purpose here is just to point out a few of the kind of key features that we put together in the design in terms of addressing the OCP and some of the comments we heard from neighbors. Most particularly, right here at the corner, we've created a significant, more than 30-foot step back from the corner for a seating area, a patio that creates a kind of a little mini public plaza at the corner. And then we've lined our commercial uses along Cabra Bay. So the building addresses the two different streets and the different characteristics of those two streets in terms of the way it's arranged. We put the commercial uses on Cabra Bay. We've doubled the width of the sidewalk in front of those commercial uses, so it's now 2 meters to the property line and then an additional 2 meters to the building face. So it's much broader, more pedestrian friendly. We've extended the existing bike lane across the frontage and added some landscape bulges in the parking lane that Scott will talk about more. At the west end, we stepped the building back. This is where it becomes 4 stories of residential. There's no commercial here. And we step it back to recreate and extend this landscape that exists in front of this building here and kind of extend that character and also just be more contextual in terms of our setback to that building. The building frames an inner courtyard that kind of aligns with the gap between these two buildings. It's west facing, will receive the afternoon and evening sun. And then along Bowker, we're exclusively residential in the use. So it's 4 stories of residential along Bowker. As you can see, it's a smaller wing, just 3 units on the typical floor. And we've started to also intensify some landscape at this end as well in the parking lanes in order to kind of delineate that commercial kind of social community corner from the more residential end of Bowker as it transitions to being more of a typical standard residential street. We'll walk around the building now with some 3D perspectives. This is looking east along Cabra Bay from the west end of the site. So this is the 4-story residential area. You can see the landscape from the building being set back here, which helps to visually shorten the length of the frontage and create the sense of it really being 2 buildings as opposed to 1. These 2 faces are separated by a translucent glazed stairwell, one of the exit stairs in the building, and something that we like to do to make the stairwells more pleasant and daylit spaces, encourage use of stairs over elevators. But in this case, it's also a nice device to break up that frontage and accomplish that step back. With some feedback that we received at ADP and APC, we've stepped back this upper level, created a kind of a projected roof line there that's more residential in character. And this helps to transition, again, to that neighboring property beside us, even though it's a 4-story building. With us being 9-foot ceilings and those older buildings being 8-foot ceilings, this actually brings us down below their roof height. And you can see also fundamentally this is a brick building. The brick is very traditional in its color and texture, which is something that we wanted to achieve. that the building sort of pay a bit of homage to that kind of traditional character of Oak Bay, as opposed to having a very kind of more slick and modern building or brick texture. But at the same time, we contrast that with some very sort of refined detailing. The windows are all framed with steel projected frames that will create a kind of a play of shadow and light on the building facade. And we have these planters at each residential balcony. You can see with these little reveals and so on that we're just breaking up the massing and adding a bit of lightness and scale to the project. Moving along, this is looking at the corner of Cadborough Bay and Bowker. This is really the focus of the project in terms of where that triangular point comes together. It's the public space, and so as the building comes along and the street kind of dies down, you get this nice opening and expanse of the commercial up to a double height space here over this terrace. You can see we have an overhang just deep enough to provide weather protection and solar shading to the commercial frontage, but not so deep as to be oppressive or heavy. And you can also see some of the rhythm of these upper level dormer style windows that we have that, again, it's kind of a traditional device reinterpreted in a modern setting here. Looking down Bowker, you can see too how we start to step the building down and acknowledge that residential character of Bowker there. This is the other end of Bowker now, looking back towards Cadborough Bay. Again, as Mike mentioned, the upper floor has been stepped back in response to comments that we had from ADP and APC. And again, you can see the brick as the primary cladding material. These dormers are clad with a kind of a white composite panel. And there's a play of scale between those and these planters. The Parkade entrance is here. Because the site does slope a full story from one side to the other, we enter at grade off of Bowker, and then that becomes an underground parking area by the time you reach back over to Cadborough Bay, let's say. Another thing that we've done before and like to incorporate in our projects is to have a bicycle room at grade, easily accessible to promote active transportation and alternative transportation. So that there is the bicycle room, and again, you can see here some of this intensity of landscaping that we're employing to really make this more of a pedestrian-friendly environment along here. There's another one of the exit stairwells. This one, as you'll see in a later image, acts as kind of a signifier of the building main entrance. This is that same elevation, but just from a slightly different point of view, closer to the corner. And I show this one here because there's a change that we made in response to comments from ADP, where there's two residential units on Bowker that screen the parking area from Bowker. They are at grade. There's 4 units altogether that have at grade entrances, their own front doors in the building. These are 2 of them, and we've given them 2-story high kind of entrance porticos, let's say, clad in wood that give the impression of although they are separate units vertically, you have a sense of kind of a townhome type entrance there. That's more in keeping with the scale of the residential street. This is the interior courtyard, and Scott will talk in some more detail about the concept behind this planting, but what I just would like to point out is that inside the V shape of the courtyard, the building is clad in board and batten wood. The concept here is that this is a more intimate, more informal space in the building as compared to the other frontages that actually sort of face the public streets. So really this is, for these residences more of a friendly kind of local feeling space. And it is possible from the bicycle room, let's say, or from walking back along Bowker to come up this stair into the courtyard and into the building through the courtyard. So it kind of acts as a second front door for the residences as well, although that's not a publicly accessible space. These are the other 2 at-grade accessible units. This is back now at the west end of Cadborough Bay. And again, just to give you a sense of the flavor of the project, you can see the texture of the brick, you can see the level entrances, and the nature of the landscape that we're employing to to really return that residential character before we transition to the neighboring property. And in terms of the commercial frontage, that's what this rendering is intended to describe for you. Again, I think you can see we put a fair bit of thought into creating a pedestrian-friendly, active and vibrant commercial frontage here on Cabra Bay. Although the street slopes, and we do have these nice sort of staired entrances up to the commercial units, it is always possible to enter at grade and walk level. So we have handicapped access to all the units. The signage has already been integrated within the architecture of the building, so we can control that and keep it more discreet and elegant in its expression. And you can see again here how the roof line gets articulated with these dormers and balconies, so it transitions back and forth between a sort of apparent 3-story and 4-story height, and creates a bit of visual interest in the roof line as opposed to just being a continuous parapet line. And as you can see, balconies tend to be lined with wood. We like to use the warmth of the wood in places where people will come in physical contact with the building. And that's the residential main entrance lobby. It's a 2-story space, elegant and welcoming, and signified by this sort of translucent stairwell enclosure. And this here would be the cafe restaurant space that Mike was referring to in his introduction. Quickly going through the floor plans, this is effectively the underground level of parking. As Mike said, there are 59 parking stalls. We have, I think, 77 bicycle spots in 2 bike rooms, one here at the entrance and one further underneath the building. These are the 2 residential entrances that screen all of this parking from Bowker. And we also have some scooter parking that we've added in the Parkade in response to some comments at APC and ADP. This is that main level plan. You can see the one sort of restaurant cafe type space, and then 5 more commercial units on Cabra Bay, and you get a sense here of the width of the sidewalk too, and then that stepping back of the residential end. This is the 4th level of Bowker. It's effectively the top floor of Bowker, and again, this is the patio space at that end, which shows you the extent of the step back that we've created there to create more of just a transition from the corner, which is really the focus and kind of that little note of intensity, the landmark signifying the commercial use down towards the residential end. Top floor of Cabra Bay with the roofs of the Bowker Street side expressed there. In terms of sun study analysis, we have done this, and we shared this with the neighbors at our community meeting. And as you can see, what you're looking at here is this is the equinoxes, this is the summer solstice, this is the winter solstice at the top, 9 a.m., noon, and 3 p.m., the vertical rows. So you have the same time at each of the different dates. And what it shows is that obviously in the summer, as you would expect, there's no overshadowing of any adjacent properties. At the equinoxes, once you get into the afternoon, where just our shadow from the building is starting to stretch across the street and just reach this corner house here, but not yet the other houses beside. And then, of course, obviously in the winter, as you would expect, there's fairly significant shadowing from most of the bigger buildings, including the lodge across the street, which actually extends its shadow from this corner all the way over to here. So it's a little hard to see. There's some overlap between the shadow of the lodge and our building, but there's obviously some shading there. In terms of the materials, the material palette, as I said, it's quite refined, minimal, essentially brick, board and batten wood, translucent glass and clear glass. We prefer to use, natural materials, materials that endure, that have a certain timelessness in their kind of expression and character, and fit with the community character. So, and at this point, this is the landscape information, so I'll pass over to Scott.
Great, thanks, Greg. In terms of landscape, there was sort of 3 key areas that I really wanted to discuss. The streetscape, which Greg has done a great job of showing you graphic representations of that. A bit about the inner courtyard and stormwater management on the site, how we're planning to do stormwater management, and then trees and tree replacements. Okay, great. So in terms of streetscape, the main element, we're really trying to make a really vibrant, pedestrian-friendly, people-friendly streetscape. As Greg mentioned, in this area here, sort of in front of the commercial, sort of almost the double sidewalk with some planters, with seating walls, so people can actually sit on these planter wall edges here. Not as much landscape in this zone, but more visual access to the commercial properties. And on the upper part of Cadbro Bay, as well as Bowker itself, a widening of the landscape. Both the roads they're quite generous in that, there was given a full parking plus the 2 travel lanes and parking on both sides and just curb and pave the whole thing. Well, we don't park in every single spot, and what we tried to do is look for opportunities like at the corner to, can we take back some of that asphalt and turn it into planting and trees, and just that helps slow traffic both on Cadbro Bay as well as Bowker, making them both more pedestrian friendly. We're separating pedestrians from vehicles. Slows people down in their cars, makes it a little bit easier on bicycles. Just trying to slow things down a little bit, but in a nice green way. And I guess in the inner space, that's sort of the exterior space. In the inner courtyard space, this functions as a place that people could occupy at the grade, so you can access it from the building here. And walk a path. There's a little seating, 2 sitting spaces, so at different times in the afternoon, evening, there'll be nice sunny spaces there to go out and sit with your friends. This space in the middle is, we're thinking of like a contemplative landscape, like a labyrinth, something that you could go and sort of wander through a little bit, but you could also, people in these units that are basically looking at this courtyard, it'll be visually attractive, be a nice landscape to look at. And just something that they can kind of experience from their room if they don't happen to get a chance to go down that day. It's also accessible from this side of the building as well here through another gate. And then the sort of the bluey green areas are stormwater management, the rain gardens, and I'll talk about them in a little bit. Next slide, please, Greg. So stormwater management. Basically, fairly simple. We're just taking the water from the roof areas. So the catchment area, the orange roof runoff from the roof areas is going to go into this central courtyard area. And we're going to have a series of stepped planters. There'll be raised planters on this edge here. So we're going to sort of cascade that water through those planters. And then it will feed out into this larger rain garden area here. This is all on the parking garage. But we've done this on other projects in Victoria. And really what we're trying to do is just slow that water down. We're in the Bowker Creek watershed, so we're trying to feed Bowker Creek with nice clean water as much as we can. And we're filtering the water through the soils, cleaning it, and then slowly delivering it to the municipal storm drain system, which then would deliver that to Bowker Creek. So just wet, sometimes wet in the wintertime, but draining within 24, 48 hours, and then dry and planted completely in the summertime for a lush landscape. And next slide, please, Greg. And then in terms of trees, we're planting a total of 50 trees. I'll call it the site. I'm including the boulevard area as well. We've got, in the boulevard planting, there's 8 Gary oaks that we're planting in these bulges with a couple of vine maples as well, these 3 little guys here. And where the architects have been working really hard at, pulling the building edges back and stepping, we've been working hard with the Parks Department staff to ensure that we have proper soil volumes for these large trees. And so what we've done is this little patch here, that's not a paving material, that's, we're putting in structural soil cells underneath the sidewalk. And those are just like, it's like a structural support that's a void that we can pave over top of with concrete or concrete unit pavers, but we can fill with soil. And what we're trying to do is, because to grow big trees, which is what our goal is, we don't want trees that are going to be 10-year trees. We're looking for 100-year trees, big trees. And we need lots of soil for that. And we're right now, I think the smallest volume we have is 21 cubic meters, and the largest is 29, which is probably the most soil that we've done in any planter in town. So there's significant soil volumes, and it's sort of what the literature is saying we need to grow a big tree. So this tree here actually can share the soil resources of some of this planter. These two here can share some of this soil. So they can actually grow underneath this sidewalk and not heave up the sidewalk. The soil depth under the sidewalk would be about, about 3 feet deep with these stacked structural elements down there. So that was key, and we've worked with park staff on that quite a bit to ensure that we can grow large trees. And then we've got another 5 Gary oaks along this edge here, a variety of other ornamental, some small native trees, with a total of, I think we're 37 non-Gary oak trees, if you want to call it that. I think that's the main part of our landscape component, and I'll leave it to Greg and Mike to final thoughts.
Right. So just in summary, Mike at his introduction, mentioned really some of the measures that the project has taken in terms of trying to address the concerns of the local neighbors and meet the objectives of the OCP, which would include basically the nature, the character of the project, the provision of the bicycle lanes, addressing the 2 distinct frontages on Cabra Bay and Bowker, the stormwater mitigation, and really the value of the community amenity contribution as well, which includes I think $50,000 towards the improvements of the intersection, which was a main concern for the local neighborhood. And I just put this slide up. It comes from a study that the municipality had done some time ago, and as an example of a reconfiguration of that intersection that our frontages would work with. So we've designed all the parking bulges and all of that stuff to work to kind of accommodate what the municipality might want to do with that intersection. And so this would be, I think, one example of this is, I think, sort of the mid-cost version of the options that were available at the time. So that concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. All right, so committee, are there any questions for the applicants? Who wants to lead off? Councillor Braithwaite?
Thank you. I'll be first. Actually, that last photo or slide that you had up, could you just bring that one up again? That one, yeah. I have a quick question on this particular slide. I see that you have an island coming down Cabra Bay Road that divides the crosswalk. It's like a refuge. Does that leave enough room for a fire truck to turn at that corner? I'm just out of curiosity. When I looked at that the first time, I thought, is there enough room there for a fire truck to turn?
Right. So pardon me. In answer to your question, this is not our. We didn't do this design.
Right.
This design comes from the traffic consultants to
right.
the municipality.
Okay.
So I would have to. I can't say for sure, but I would have to assume that it's been designed to meet those requirements.
It looks really narrow to me. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, the adept consultant is here, and he may be able to answer that question specifically.
Where is he? There he is.
No, we need you to come up because we are televised or live streaming, and so we need to have you on the mic for those people at home watching.
Madam Chair, my name is Jim Hemstock. I'm a an engineer with Adept Transportation, and we did this part of the study.
Thank
So
you.
we did check all those turning movements, and the emergency vehicles are fine. The other aspect of it is passing emergency vehicles. So with the new bike lanes, there's a little bit better ability for people to move over, and fire trucks can get past.
Thank you. If I can go on.
Certainly.
I noticed
Thank you.
that on one of the plans that I looked at, that you had you're counting parking spots on the street as part of your parking spots. As part of the number of parking spots that you have. Is that, I guess staff would be the one to ask this question, is that the correct way to do that? That parking on the street, on-street parking would be considered part of their parking that they had to provide?
Ms. Jensen?
No, when we're doing calculations based on the parking facilities bylaw, it's on-site parking. We would not include the on-street.
Right.
So just to clarify, the number that was stated was 59, and I was referring to the on-site parking for our calculation. There's an additional 11 off-street parking that I didn't account for.
Okay, because I just, on one of the plans that I looked at, and I think it was on plan number, hang on, I'm almost there. Yes, on floor plan 1, at the very top, it says, I just have to make it bigger so I can read with my old eyes. It says SRU parking requirements, and then it says SRU parking provided, on-street parking 11 stalls, Parkade parking 6 stalls. Yeah, I think.
Right. So, yeah, pardon me just a sec here.
Yes.
Perhaps if you can explain
Up in the corner.
the parking and the parkade, the division between the private parking for the residents and then the commercial parking.
Right. So, as you see here, we have 59 stalls inside. Of those, 6 are CRU or are used by the commercial, and then there are 11 stalls on the street. Now, the 6 that are used by the CRU form part of the 59 stalls off-site that Mike was referring to.
Right.
So we have, sorry, on-site, my
Yes.
mistake. And when we refer to bundled CRU stalls, the intention is, in terms of the way we're counting them, they're being counted for both residential and commercial. So there are 59 stalls on-site, but we're asking those bundled stalls to do double duty. So during the day, they would be for the exclusive use of commercial uses. In the evening, when the business is closed and residents come home, visitors could use them. So visitors visiting people in the building could use those stalls.
So I guess my question to staff would be, what is our bylaw around parking stalls that must be made available for business use? Is it that it's one spot per business, or?
The parking facilities bylaw sets out the number of stalls to be calculated based on the use. So there's a difference between restaurant or general use, for example. So we would calculate those differently. The bylaw does not allow for double duty, so to speak, on parking.
Okay. So what would that number of businesses in a building like that, how many parking spots would it require, if we know that?
Ms. Jensen?
So for restaurant use, we would, for the area that's being provided the restaurant use, they would need 10 parking stalls. And for a general use, which would be retail or service, we would be looking at 20.
So 30 in total. Okay. So that's kind of where I'm going with that, because this particular area is kind of slammed right now with parking as it is. So that's a little bit of a concern to me. So I'm wondering how that might be addressed in the future as this proceeds. Just because I would guarantee you that that's going to be a question that's going to come from the residents is, where are all of these people who are going to be attending these businesses? And great that we're going to have perhaps new businesses within the community, but and a restaurant that a lot of people will walk to, but there will be people who will drive to it. So just that might be something that we might need to see addressed.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
That was a question that came up early on, and I mean, the good thing was we have a commercial corner, albeit it turns onto Bowker right now, but we have a current commercial node that's 100% occupied right now. So we have real life examples. That's the good news. So we tried to achieve a similar gross commercial use area, even though we tried to move it around the corner to Bowker and keep it around the corner to Cabot Bay and keep it away from Bowker. And those questions also did come up in early consultation with neighbors, which as you may know, there's actually no off-site commercial parking currently on that corner, but that was a concern. Sorry, no on-site. Apologize. So we did mention that as a potential discussion point, and we asked Mr. Hemstock to look into that. So I could perhaps turn the floor over to him, if you choose.
Thank you. Mr. Hemstock?
Through the chair, I think there's a couple of things to remember. So there's an existing commercial use that's a little bit smaller. So the incremental commercial space is about 2,000 square feet. It's an increase. So it's a fairly small commercial change to the corner. And the other thing to remember, the number is quoting like 30 parking spaces. That's according to the off-street parking bylaw. And typically, in those bylaws, there's a clause that somewhere that says, or if there's a study by a competent professional that says something else should be different. So we did look at the commercial parking rates, and I guess, to be frank, they're extremely high in Oak Bay. They're extremely high. So our assessment was that this is going to function very well. There is currently on-street parking for the commercial units, and I think the new development would continue to have an on-street component, even if there's a lot of off-street parking provided. On-street's a little bit more convenient, and people will tend to use it. But an important consideration is that the streets around this development are protected by resident-only parking and 2-hour parking zones. And our assessment was that those were working really well. And peak midday and also overnight, there was actually quite a lot of on-street parking available.
I think it will be an issue that will come up, that we'll hear from our residents from around there, but thank you for your answer. I'll ask one more question, and I'll allow other people to ask, and then perhaps I'll come back. I guess my next comment would be that it's a lot of coverage for this particular lot. It's 88% lot coverage. I would be interested if staff has a number of what the adjacent properties lot coverage is. If they have that at their fingertips, that would be good to know. But while they're perhaps looking for that answer, I will make a comment that I find that the setback on the bottom level is good, but to have the next level kind of looming over the sidewalk a little bit is, to me, it almost takes away from what you're trying to do on the bottom level. And I understand that what you're saying is that it's to protect, to have some rain protection and some sun protection for the businesses underneath, but it tends to me to make it seem a lot bigger in the massing. So, you know, and when you're when you first build a building like that, you have no trees there. So even though the trees in the pictures look beautiful, they are about 30 years in, I would say, or 20 years in. So in the meantime, we're stuck with this very looming presence of a building. So perhaps we can talk a little bit about lot coverage at 88% and if any concessions can be made to set back, because I believe it actually in the OCP, and I think I have a copy of it here, it says for buildings over 2 stories, use setbacks and or terracing above the second level to reduce massing impacts on the street, to allow sunlight penetration, and to retain the scale of Oak Bay's commercial areas. So just if you can maybe address that.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll try to answer a couple questions, and I'll pass it over to Greg. I just want to clarify one point of Jim's comment. I think there was an error made on the neighborhood restrictions around parking, because that wasn't one thing that came up, because what we heard from the neighborhood consultation, there was a lot of staff overflow from the Oak Bay Lodge. So I think one of the initiatives of the community was to look at some more restrictions around neighborhood parking. So I just wanted to make that point. Around trees, that's a really good point, and I might turn the question over to Scott Murdoch. In past years, we were somewhat limited by getting larger trees, so the computer rendering showed these lovely full-size trees. However, I believe as of the last year or so, we've been able to get very substantial specimens, which we're committed to do on this project. Is that correct, Scott? 13 feet, I think, is some of the guidelines.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, in terms of Gary Oaks, we're now starting to get nurseries are starting to grow them more, and we're getting better quality and larger specimens. Even a couple of years ago, we wouldn't even plant them because they were so scraggly that if we did plant them, you would be offended. And we do really want to plant Gary Oaks. So now we're getting trees that are about doesn't sound like much, 5-6 centimeters, but that would be a 12, 13-foot tree, and it would be a straight tree, and it would look like a typical street tree that you would see us plant elsewhere. Some of the other trees that we'll be planting would be bigger, like if we've got a couple of maples and different plants. Right. They just grow that much faster that we can buy them at a reasonable, at the right price to get a 15 to 20-foot tree.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And through you, Madam Chair, if I can just answer the other parts of your question. So that site coverage number includes the courtyard. The way the site coverage is calculated, because the parking box in this area is above natural grade, it counts as part of the site coverage. So we have to keep in mind that all of this greenscape is being considered site coverage technically. It's part of a factor of it being a triangular site. So it is a unique site. It's not a typical condition, and hence the sort of atypical nature of the rezoning application. So that also restricts our site coverage. If you can imagine, if this was less of an acute angle, we would still apply the same kind of planning criteria or principles to the site. But as that angle opens up, you get more space in the center, and you get less site coverage. But the way the building addresses the streets and the frontage remains the same. In terms of the overhang is about 6 feet. So it's, let's say, 2 of these tables put together in real terms. And if I can, you look at it proportionally, and you can see it in some of the one of the renderings. Let's say this one. So we have a 2-story high volume here at the corner. So proportionally, that's not a deep overhang. It's not going to feel oppressive or like the building is looming. And similarly, as you could see from this rendering, this is why we've taken some care to kind of articulate and vary that parapet line along Cadbro Bay. Again, in these areas, it's visually a 3-story building, so it's a bit smaller, and you don't have that sense of kind of a continuous massing along there.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering if staff had a answer to the lot coverage for the other two. If you just have it, I should have asked before. I'm sorry.
Mr. Thomason?
Well, I believe the apartments to the west are all RM3 zone. I believe the lot coverage permission there is 35%, but I haven't checked the buildings to see if they were built prior to that requirement or not. But that's what the bylaw RM3 zone is.
Thank you. And I don't mean to have everything sound negative, because I think that the redesign of this corner is really needed, and it would be great to have something at this location. I'm just not sure if I'm prepared so far to look at something as large as this yet. So stay tuned. I'll pass it on to someone else now.
Councillor Croft?
I was able, because I sit as the liaison to the APC, to see this twice, once in a preliminary and once in a formal presentation, so I'll save my time for someone else.
Oh, all right. Councillor Murdoch?
It's going around the table.
I guess so.
Sounds reasonable. Well, thanks for coming today. I have to say it's nice to see an application coming forward for this corner. This was identified in the 1996 OCP as a logical place for redevelopment, so we're 30 plus years now into that process, so that's all right. You know, given that, of course, the question is this exactly the right one that we should be looking at? So there's a couple of things I wanted to just commend you on. One is you really appreciate the assurances that rentals will be allowed in the property. I think that's really critical. I think the banning of rentals has caused all kinds of grief in the broader region. And at a macro level, I really like the design. I think the use of materials, like the articulation, a lot of these, the sort of the mix of the old and the new. I think it's a very lovely design as a whole. My concerns, and maybe I'll just get your take on these if I could. I guess the big question, really the big question I have is why is this so close to the road? It is right up against the property line in all aspects of it, aside from right at the corner. But even then, the seating comes right out to the corner, so you're using really all the space. Most designs you see tend to be sort of set back. The massing gets set back. Here, all the massing is right at the very front, and the empty space is in the center, which maybe you can clarify this for me as well. There's in the report it says that the plaza area is protected public space. And then it was mentioned that the courtyard would not be publicly accessible. So the plaza is the area in front where the restaurant is. So that's a restaurant space per se. That's the plaza. Okay. So that's the big question I have is why is this so close to the road? Standing there, I've walked the area a little bit and looking at appreciate there's some setback, but you know, it's if you stand by where the other apartment building next to it, they're both set back well from the road with a lot of greenery and large Gary oaks, you know, in rows that are continue down that path right now. I'm just wondering how much consideration being given to actually moving the entire building either at an angle or completely back from the road a little bit, and using some of the green space that's currently only for private use to the community use, because currently it's entirely there. And I also just question the discussion around widening the sidewalks, where that, I mean, again, it's built right up against the property line, so the widening of the sidewalk is entirely on municipal land, essentially that. So some of that is the end of the overhang portion of it where that's publicly accessible spaces that's seen, okay. And that's a fair comment. And I guess the other question is really the tree protection bylaw. So we have 13 trees being removed, 10 of those with crowns over 10 meters wide. So they're very large trees. So some of those are, you know, under the current bylaw, those would normally be replaced, but we can't on site here. So I think you've addressed most of that question with what you're talking about in terms of the street plantings. And there's no ability, I'm assuming, within the interior area to put large trees in just because of the substructure. Is that correct?
No, we are putting in some larger trees in that inner courtyard. We're going to have anywhere from 2 to 2.5 feet of soil in that zone. So it's pretty extensive. We've actually done soil volume calculations. Your draft tree guidelines. We were looking at that, and trying to figure out what our canopy cover was. I think it recommends 20% for an urban site like this, and when we use those numbers and look at the streetscape and everything, we're looking at more like a 30% canopy cover for this property, so about 50% more than what the guidelines recommend.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I sort of answer some of the other questions that you put forward, and the question of why we're at the property lines. I think the answer to that is that this is a mixed-use building. It's a mixed commercial residential building. So it is intended to be a village-type development, right? It's supposed to foster commercial activity and kind of a public use. And the nature and character of that sort of site is different than a strictly residential site. That's the primary reason. So a building, as you see on Oak Bay Avenue, for example, in a commercial setting, needs to basically present to the street and create that connection for people accessing businesses. You don't want any small business owner will tell you that it's a kiss of death to be too far from the street. You need that vitality and that kind of sense of connection. That's one reason. The other reason, again, is to go back to what I was saying before about this being a triangular site. A residential building, any building has a kind of its own inherent logic to it, and a residential building is no different. So there's a certain width that you have when you double load a corridor. You have a corridor and 2 units and so on. You get a certain width. If we were to do just one building kind of in the center of the site, it would have that width, and what it would do would be to kill the kind of addressing of the frontages on both sides. So you would have something that's neither here nor there. If we try and push this in, we end up collapsing this space and creating an unlivable condition on the backside of the building. So there's a variety of reasons why that mean that the building pushes to the corner. But for me, just speaking as an architect, and the fact that it is intended to be a commercial village means that it can afford to be different than its immediate neighbors, which are strictly residential and located mid-block, right? So, and in fact, I would even go a bit further and say that while, and again, I'm giving you my opinion here, while, this building might be fine on Balker Avenue with the lawn, it just creates an anonymous kind of condition there where there's no sense of connection between people moving on the street and people living in the building. Over here, I think it's completely the wrong thing to do on Cabra Bay Road, which is an arterial, and should in fact have more of a kind of a kind of urban character to it. So I think Oak Bay has got lots of residential areas, and it should. It's a suburban community, but not everywhere should be. We shouldn't be uniformly suburban in character, that you need to have these unique kind of locations that add the points of interest, the pearls on the string, so to speak, in the fabric, the broader fabric of the community. I hope that answers your question.
And just a point of clarity, there's actually only 7 protected trees, and that's made up of 6 Gary oaks in fair condition, and 1 plum tree that is in poor condition. So a total of 7 trees protected, and after the redevelopment, there'll be a total of 50 new trees.
Thank you. Does that
Sure,
conclude
and
your
so
question?
I guess follow-up questions then. So I take your point on Cadbury Bay Road. I'm not entirely sure I agree that it has to be right up to the edge all the way along there. I think there is a transitional from every other building which sits back from the road to that one spot. I think there may be a bit of a jar to that corner. I appreciate you said a little bit of that corner back, but it's a pretty significant change from where the other buildings are to that. But along Bowker, there's definitely a sense there of residential and again, going from there's I think at least a 35-foot setback to a 0-foot setback. If you stand there and there's a utility pole, that's the edge of the building essentially going in. So if you stand there, you can see it's it's a really dramatic difference. If you're coming down that down Bowker, and it'll stand out tremendously. So I'm just wondering if there's been any thought to, again, from that perspective. I mean, I appreciate you want to be close to the road for vibrancy, but I don't know of very many, maybe you can answer this question, places that have residential zoning that have a 0-foot setback to them. I mean, most zoning I've seen, even in the city of Victoria and Vancouver and so forth, if they're not right immediately downtown in the commercial area, to have some setback, whether it's 4 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet to the street, just for that reason that there's a natural barrier, sort of a space. So maybe you could talk to that.
Sure. Certainly, and again, through you, Madam Chair. No, and I understand, you know, what you're getting at. And again, the extenuating circumstance would be this this interior space. So we've already made this a single loaded wing. So we've narrowed the width of this wing in order to you know, make this space available to bring light and air to the building. If we can't really push this back without making that an unworkable space. Now, you know, you might say, well, the alternative would be to not have a wing there, but we have a parking box there, so that now we're looking at the side of a parking box. So it kind of makes sense that we do something to screen that box, and that's, again, I think where it is more appropriate to have the active residential use with some at-grade entrances fronting onto the street. The fact that it's within fairly close proximity to the corner, I think, permits that location in close proximity to the property line. And as Scott mentioned, you know, recognizing that we have tried to expand and intensify the landscaping in the public right-of-way. And we're lucky that Bowker has that broad right-of-way that allows us to mitigate that effect somewhat. So really, what I'm saying is that we fit the building to the site, and this is the way that it works, and it works quite well in terms of creating that the village character at the corner is really a key element, because there's a reason that those buildings that are there now and the uses that are there now, in my opinion, don't really thrive. And as a community, the neighbors have said, don't add anything to the community. It's because there's no sense of population or kind of that minimum threshold of activity there, and that's why you need the upper floors of residential to support the commercial. So again, what I'm saying is that there's the village character and the commercial use, and the fact that we're at a triangular corner site. All these circumstances combine to make this a worthwhile project with those frontages.
Okay, thank you. And a little bit more follow, if I can. The
need to keep it brief, right?
Okay.
Because we've got to leave time for the public as well to before 10:30.
Okay, so last question, I'll leave this as my last one. This is quite substantially the most dense building in Oak Bay. And you should call it a village, but it's a standalone village. It's a little corner surrounded by smaller buildings, all of which are significantly smaller in terms of floor area ratio than this is. On top of which, this floor area ratio, which is very high by comparison to everything else in Oak Bay, is also entirely massed on the street side, not towards the center. So the effective massing of what it is actually quite a bit larger than already the largest floor area ratio. So I'm just wondering if you could sort of justify that, because to my mind, I'm not entirely convinced that sizing for this particular spot is appropriate, because I think that's probably going to be the largest thing that people feel when they're looking at it.
Right. Again, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. So I think the way I would answer that is to say it's a 4-story building, and I think that's important to remember because it's at the end of a row of 4-story buildings, or 3- and 4-story buildings. So in terms of its height and kind of it's appropriate, or at least contextual to that peninsula of multifamily use that it terminates. And the other thing about FSR is a slippery kind of tool. When the project reduced by 9 units right? We reduced six units. The project reduced by 6 units. The FSR didn't change. And that's just because a factor of the way FSR is calculated. So FSR is kind of an arbitrary number. In this case, it includes the inner courtyard, counts as FSR. So the fact that we're on a triangular site, the fact that our frontages get kind of compressed together by the triangle, the fact of the way FSR is calculated, you know, counting roof decks, counting the courtyard and so on, pushes that number up. So it's again, it's a unique site. The triangular shape of the unique site, the fact that it is a mixed commercial and residential site, all these things combine to create that exception to the typical condition.
What is the FSR without the outside spaces counted, do you know? Sir, through your chair?
No, yeah.
Perhaps we'll come back to that, yeah. All right, so moving along. Councillor Neal?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you to the applicants for bringing this forward. I think it's overall, I find it, others have said, a bold application. I think it's forward thinking. It's dense, but I'm not convinced yet that it's really too dense. And it's on a very awkward site. And that NASDAQ corner has troubled us forever. And it seems to me there's a real opportunity to really build that area and bring the neighborhood together in a very vibrant and connected way. So I look forward to this. There's a lot of things that you've done really nice. I really like how you've brought the neighbors together and worked with them. You showed us how many meetings you've had and built this project with them. And I think that's just a good kind of practice, and it benefits all the community. I really like the landscaping. The property feels very livable from a lot of the units there. I like the variability of the units. I love the stairwell thing. So I'm appreciating the community amenities that you're offering, especially to address that road and then set up some spaces for bike lanes. I too like the rental option. I think that's going to be really helpful for our community. I was going to ask the question around density, but you've asked that one, and that makes sense to me. One of the questions I was wondering about, some of the units have deck space and some don't. Is that right? Or do they all have outdoor deck space?
They all have outdoor space.
Okay.
The only exceptions to that might be the 2 ground floor that face onto Bowker. That they have, yeah, as Mike's pointing out, they have their entrance patios, which are big enough to have a table and 2 chairs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question to staff, if I may. Some of the amenities that are being offered, particularly for the road, how would that work for the community if they put that in the pot? I mean, is it an option for the municipality to go ahead and, say, for example, to fix that road area? Or would that happen in conjunction with the development? Can you explain how that works?
Ms. Jensen or Mr. Horan?
Through you, Chair, the way it would work is the community amendment contribution would come to the municipality, and if it was to be used this year, it would be straightforward. But the actual project to address the intersection would need to be part of the estimates discussion, part of the capital projects that we would do in a particular year. And in this case, the provincial budget, it's not in the budget for 2017, so it would need to be discussed as a potential option for the future.
Thank you. That's all the question. I'd like to hear from the community, so I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zelka?
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to the proponent. It's a very interesting proposal, I must say. It it certainly reminds me of the building directly across Foul Bay Avenue on Oak Bay with the overhang. I guess maybe that's an abstract thing. I'm not quite sure. But I'm very intrigued with how you're trying to create a mixed use development. And there's many things I like about it. But I do want to ask a few questions. I'll start with staff, if I may. With respect to the Strata Act, Section 242, I wanted to ask staff to please comment on what extra levers this particular act gives us with respect to questions we can ask for or bargaining chips that we are provided with respect to the give and take in negotiations with the developer. Please.
Well, Section 242 of the Strata Act doesn't provide any opportunity for you to negotiate. Essentially, that portion of the legislation is strictly for, like, if the existing building that's on the site, if they wanted to turn that into condos or stratify it, that is when council would have options with regards to the building. But this is a brand new building, so that section does not even apply.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. I wasn't clear on that aspect. I did note that the Advisory Planning Commission have raised a concern in particular relating to the community amenity contribution. It was described as being proposed. It was not in keeping with the scale and impact of the development. I was wondering if staff could comment on that and whether there was anything that could possibly be done to address a concern in that area. Thank you.
Ms. Jensen?
Well, council currently has policies set out in the official community plan that generally speak to the type of community amenity contributions that could be offered up by an applicant as part of a rezoning or an OCP amendment application. So in this instance, there are some specific things that have been put forward, such as greenery, such as a contribution towards improvement of the intersection. But at this point, it really is up to council to determine whether they think it's an adequate contribution or not.
Thank you. I understand at this moment we don't have DCCs or development cost charges or any other ways of raising funds with respect to having developments pay for their own infrastructure. Is it expected that in this case the community amenity would help to pay for these things, or like with respect to any costs that would come to the district? Just want to make sure that are the community amenities covering those, or is this something additional, or are the fees covering it? I just wanted to understand with respect to costing that we have all of our costs covered with respect to something like this, since they're asking for a heck of a lot, and obviously we would have to be we would want, of course, the context and the roads and the sidewalks and everything to basically be matching this lovely building that as built. How would our costs be covered? Thank you.
Mr. Horan, can you answer that?
Through you, Chair, I can answer part of that question. I can't speak to the community, the word slips my mind now, the contribution aspect, but I can speak to the subdivision bylaw and the development bylaw, where the way it's applied is as a subdivision or development is proposed, the impact of that development is assessed against the municipal infrastructure. So for example, if there's going to be an increase in number of units, that means there's going to be a change in the amount of water is going to be required, a change in the amount of sewage is going to be conveyed, and same with the stormwater aspects. As well as if there's a change in traffic patterns expected because of the development, or then we can ask the developer to cover the costs of upgrading the municipal portions of the infrastructure. So this, our assessment here is that there is some changes that are required in terms of, or some aspects, upgrades required in terms of sewer and storm and water, but this is dealt with later in the before the development permit stage in an offsite service agreement. But the assessment in terms of the transportation aspects, that would be covered separately. I'm not sure if that's clear.
Well, thank you. I wanted to ask now, since it sounds like at this point, with respect to consolidating the site and changing the zoning, this would be the time to start asking some hard questions with respect to what would get paid for and what wouldn't get paid for. So that's why I'm asking the question now, even though maybe the actual negotiations would occur later. I've noticed there's no street lamps, and other than mentioning that there'll be dark sky principles, I was wondering if the applicant could speak to what's being suggested for the public spaces at nighttime.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Being the fact that that street lamps are the responsibility of the District of Oak Bay in perpetuity, I believe that's a negotiation that happens through the engineering department, and I can't remember the specifics right now. I apologize, and I hate to put you on the spot, but whatever the engineering requirements have been requested, they've been agreed to thus far.
So on the imagery that you've provided from streetscapes, do you have anything that might show a typical street lamp or a typical idea of what your architects are considering, or could possibly staff help fill out maybe some of this, what we're not seeing on these images?
Mr. Haran?
Through you, Chair. Again, this falls under the subdivision bylaw, where what we'd be asking the developer to do in terms of the municipal side is provide for the changes that they would do. So if there was a development in a complete green space in another community where they would be required, where there's a whole bunch of houses being put in an open area, the bylaw would allow for, you need to put streetlights, you need to put roads, you need to put things like that. So the discussion so far that we've had is we haven't discussed streetlights specifically, because it's not a change based on their development that they're doing.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get a clear idea that what I'm looking at is what's going to be actually built. So I see a lovely tree. Will there be power lines, for example, or will they be buried? I mean, I just want just some basic indication as to what am I not seeing from this imagery, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. That question came up in our most recent community meeting, and without trying to be elusive, until you have a development permit in place, BC Hydro doesn't want to enter too formally in negotiations around design. So general practice, if we can eliminate poles and or overhead lines, we absolutely do. It's so much cleaner and so much more aesthetic to do that. And it's a pretty complex review that has to do with how power dead ends at the end of blocks and what's on that and what the infrastructure happens. But as I was saying, it's really hard to get those answers out of Hydro until you have a development permit in place. I apologize.
If I may, Chair, continue. I completely understand. I'm just trying to get as much information as possible to help make a decision. So I appreciate your patience with me as I struggle through this. Across the street is the Oak Bay Lodge, which is going to be going through a change of usage, I imagine. We don't know exactly what that's going to be, but has any, if the proponent was willing to possibly offer an idea as to what might occur from their understanding of the area, or possibly staff, with a commercial space being directly across the street from this former dementia, or soon-to-be former dementia facilities, and who knows what it will be. If you would be willing to comment what you know about this, I would really appreciate that, because obviously the future use of this corner has a very significant building directly across the street that could impact it.
I'll answer the question as brief as I can, Madam Chair. That question was asked of us over a year ago. We do not know anything that I don't believe Oak Bay knows. There's discussions that the property will have a disposition, but we do not know who that person would be, nor their plans at this time.
Well, I had to at least try and see if there was any information out there to help me again with the decision. So let me just ask if it's entirely possible, since the point has been raised at commission that the community amenity contribution seems to be not in keeping with the scale and impact of the development. Has any consideration been made to possibly raising that? I don't know how that works, but with respect to this being the largest or most dense building in Oak Bay, and the fact that we don't have DCCs in place yet, I just wanted to ask whether any consideration has been provided to that.
I can answer that. I don't know this answer, so I apologize, but I don't know if it's the most dense building in Oak Bay. So I would venture to say that there's other projects that are more dense than that. And unfortunately, we don't have that information here. But the community amenity contribution, which as Ms. Jensen already commented on, it's somewhat it's somewhat nondescript exactly how we came up to these calculations. So we once again use the OCP. We did discuss in some detail with Ms. Jensen, and our community amenity package is a Section 219 covenant to prevent rentals from being excluded from the strata ownership group held in favor of Oak Bay in perpetuity. $178,000 of offsite works, $50,000 which is included for the intersection public works in perpetuity, build green silver, and then a covenant restricting any other use other than restaurant and cafe on the corner as the current community amenity package.
Say that 3 times.
Please.
Thank you very much for that information. A question to staff then. I see in the report that this building, with a floor area ratio of 2.92, has been described as this exceeds the FAR of any existing development in Oak Bay. I may have used the word density inelegantly, but if staff could comment, is this FAR the largest of any development in Oak Bay, please?
Ms. Jensen?
It's on page 4 of your report.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the stats for every single development that's in Oak Bay. I mean, there are some higher level multifamily units down along Newport, which we don't necessarily have information for. What I can tell you is that similar developments such as the Clive have floor area ratio of 1.44, the Oak Bay Beach Hotel at 1.73, Carlton House 1.8, Shannon Oaks 1.9, and those are probably the most equivalent ones we have at this point.
Thank you very much. No further questions at this point.
Okay. Mayor Jensen?
Thank you. Just wanted to follow up on that because I think one of the areas of information that I'd like is a table with comparisons to the major buildings that we have information for in terms of lot coverage, and floor area ratios. We probably have some parking, but there was already some information in the ADEPT report here noting the parking area. So that's what I'd like to see. I don't think we're going to make any decisions tonight given the complexity of this. So when it comes back, I'm going to ask staff if that's something that they can do and would allow for a proper comparison. Thank you.
All right. So I think my own questions I will save maybe for later. Maybe I'll make some of my own comments now, and then we can move to the public if everybody's ready to have their say. I'll just keep mine very brief. I live nearby, so I've been following the progress of this, as you're well aware, fairly closely, and appreciate the input that the neighbors have graciously made and made time to participate in. As in contrast to Councillor Murdoch's comments about the frontage on Bowker being directly on the street, right now it is, and the building now it engages you because it's right there, and it makes it kind of interesting, and that's about the only interesting part of walking on that side of Bowker Street currently. I always walk on the other side because there's houses, there's people, there's trees, there's yards and people, like there's action, there's something to look at. Whereas on the other side of the street with the kind of old school 60s building, It's this big wide open space that actually doesn't feel very safe because there's a parking lot that's dark around the corner, and then you get in front of the building and there's just nothing there. There's nothing to look at. You don't feel connected to the people in the building like you mentioned, because they're so far away, and it's just not a, there's no connection. So you don't feel like you're part of, it's not your neighborhood. It's not your street. It's a building that other people live in, and it just feels very separate, right? It doesn't make you feel like you're part of the community. So I appreciate that whole idea of bringing things right to the curb, and that, you know, like in many European cities, that's the way it's built, and I think we appreciate that. I think it makes it more interesting, makes the street more interesting. So I like that aspect. I also like the treatment of the water. You know, Bowker Creek is 90% of the ocean or the Salish Sea's pollution comes from land-based pollutants. So Bowker Creek is what we're putting out there, and if you're reducing that impact, I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that there's lots of Gary Oaks, because the only redeeming quality of the site now, to me, that's left, aside from you know, the businesses that are trying to thrive there, and I don't know how they're coping, is the Gary Oaks. They're really cool. They fill the sky. They're beautiful, right? And so the fact that you're investing in making sure that that's going to exist for 100 years or more for, you know, whoever follows us here, and that they'll be able to see those same kind of Gary Oaks filling the sky, I think that's wonderful. I love that you're widening the sidewalk, and that you're contributing to what I hope Oak Bay will do, is you know, step up, and that we will in the next provisional budget be able to accommodate for improvements to that intersection, because that's the worst part of that whole area, is that any kid that I tell my kids, go down to the school and use the school crosswalk, because they need to push the button and have a light. It's scary. It's too far. Cars drive too fast down the hill, and it's you know, everyone ignores the flashing light above, right? So this is our opportunity as a neighborhood to see an improvement to that intersection, and I think this is awesome. Like, that's the best part of this. So it's up to us as the district to come forward and make that happen in the next couple of years in our budget. But, you know, with a contribution from this project, we may actually be able to afford to do that. So that's the real bonus to this for me. I also think, you know, we need housing. This is the biggest problem in this region, is we need housing. So more housing. This is new. It's, you know, probably allowed outside most people in my age group's price range, but it's at least it makes space for more people, and that makes more room for people to move elsewhere, and it just takes away from the crunch. So I appreciate that. I think you know, it's fair that Oak Bay does a bit of development, and that we do a bit of density as well, because the rest of the region is doing their part, and I think it'll just make it a more interesting place to be. I'm only a block away, and I can't wait to be able to walk to a cafe or some businesses nearby, and to walk my neighborhood and see more people, because in that zone there is never anyone. There's nobody. Certainly on Cabra Bay Road, there's never anyone, and it's unsafe for the kids, I think, walking from Willows to walk up to the NLC, to the rec center. So a much wider sidewalk and an improved intersection will help enormously for getting kids to walk after school or walk to and from school using that corridor. I have some questions about even putting the bike lane in there, because it doesn't, like, no one uses it. You have to ride uphill. Why wouldn't you just go down Dalhousie, my street, which is flat and a lot easier to pedal, and it's quieter and more pleasant, less traffic. So I think that's something we should discuss in the future, and I will raise, you know, when we get to that part. But aside from that, I think this is a great project. This design is different, and that's cool. But it'll take me a while to get used to the boxes, but but that's interesting. Whatever. That's what makes changes. Sometimes it's fun, right? It's like art. It makes you think. So those are my comments. I don't have any questions because I think they've all been answered over the last 2 years. So without further ado, let's move to the public. You guys want to make room, maybe, but at least one person stay to answer questions. So because there may be questions for you. So, does anyone from the public have a question? And would you like to come and sit up here? And if you do, please make sure you write your name down and the community that you live in. Thank you. And introduce yourself so we all know who you are too. That'd be great. Thank you. And before we get, while you're writing your name down, I just want to make sure that we remind everybody, I know committee isn't necessarily brief with their questions and comments, but we are looking at about 40 minutes remaining, so we need to make sure that if we're asking questions, we're not repeating the same questions. Okay, thanks.
Test? Okay. So this is my first time doing this, so please take it easy on me. My name is Dylan Fraser. I live with my family at 2222 Bowker Avenue, almost directly across from the apartment building on Bowker, just kind of one over. We've been very interested in this project for at least last year since Abstract engaged us, but as somebody who grew up in Oak Bay, I've been interested in this for a long time. Both my wife and I went to Oak Bay High. We both grew up within 5 blocks of this location. We bought our first home 5 years ago on Bowker Avenue. We had the pleasure almost immediately of being involved in the flood, which brought Mayor Jetson onto our property as well. So that was an interesting time. I grew up walking past this building when I was going to school, and it never really gave me much thought other than I wish that there was something here that I could actually stop at and enjoy. It wasn't until we actually bought on the street that we kind of said, hey, is anything ever going to happen with this building? That changed when we had kids, because I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old now that are at home with my wife, and it's since changed to a matter of security and safety as well. So when you come down Bowker and you're crossing there to go to the beach and Estevan Village and everything that we purchased in that neighborhood to have access to, you are taking your life in your hands. And I can tell you that it's one thing for a big guy like me to step out on that intersection, and I've seen neighbors, myself, I've waved at people, given them the fist. But when you're standing out on the middle of that intersection with your 2 little kids, and people are coming flying around that corner because they cannot see you, because the way that the current building is positioned, and because frankly there's nothing there. There's no reason for them to stop. They come flying around that corner. They have big apartment buildings. I mean, one of the things that surprises me is the talk of density. Well, if you drive down Cadborough Bay, there's apartment buildings all the way down there. I mean, that's what we have. And we talk about them being offset, but I mean, the apartment building that's across the street from my property looks like a prison. It's set so far back, it's this big box. I have never talked to a single person that lives there. Not one person in my 5 years, because they park around the back or they go in the front. There's no community there. There's nothing, and part of it is because it's so far set back. So when you walk down that street and you're trying to cross there, you go past the apartment building that's way set back and there's nobody to talk to. If you want to go past the neighbors across the other side of the street, that's great, but then you have to make an awkward cross, which is also unsafe, to get to that crosswalk. The property directly on your right after the apartment building, it looks awful. I mean, it's got this garage that looks like it's going to fall down. It's this big dark space. I mean, it's frankly not safe at night. And then you come to this apartment building that is already right up on the sidewalk. And when you get around the corner of it and trying to get on that intersection, you almost have to go out there and try and get people's attention. And they're not stopping because there's no reason to stop. They come from both directions quickly. If you go to other areas in Oak Bay, Estevan Village, where Food Form is, people slow down because they see people, they see cars, they see activity, they slow down. When we talk about the community plan, I was shocked to hear that this was a secondary village in Oak Bay. I learned this out in the recent months. And if I was to take a resident of Victoria or somebody that was here visiting and drive them through Oak Bay Village and then take them to Estevan Village and say, hey, this is a secondary community, and they'd see people lined up at the galley for ice cream. They'd see residents out of the village. It's a big breakfast spot. They'd go, yeah, that looks like a secondary. If I went and pulled them up in front of this building and told them that this is one of our secondary villages, I think they would laugh. I don't think they would even take me seriously. So for me, there's kind of, there's two pieces to this. One is the safety. Something has to be done. Those pictures that were shown, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's from a traffic study in 2009. So we're 8 years later, nothing's been done. If this development is going to be, the mechanism to get some change there and some funding, that would be awesome. I think just having something there that people are going to stop. Right now, the retailers that have moved in right now, they seem to be using it as a billboard. There's a big, so they've clued in. It's not expensive. They've got a huge sign there that everyone sees as they drive by. So having something there that will actually make people slow down, that, right now, my kids are young enough that I walk with them. What's going to happen when they're 8, when they're going to go be meeting their friends at Willows? I certainly don't expect that they will have the same presence as I do to step out on an intersection and kind of put your hand out. So that's troublesome. Right now, we do the same thing. We walk to the school crosswalk, and that's kind of what we do. The second piece is just around the vibrant community. So if, we've had a developer here who first met with us over a year ago. Right when they started, I contacted them and said, you know what, I have a very busy work schedule. My wife's a nurse. I work in IT for the BC government. And I said, we have small kids. I don't know that I can attend these evening things. So what did they do? They came to our house. They spent time. They worked around our schedule to come. They've recently come again, spent several hours with us, walked through the plans, talked about all these aspects of urban planning that, frankly, I was new to, so I appreciated that. And, they have offices very close by. They have a brand in Victoria. So, I'm much happier than having somebody from Vancouver or, Bosa or someone come over here and develop something where they have no skin in the game. I like the fact that their offices are nearby. Is there further, amendments that need to be made to this? Absolutely. Maybe there is, and maybe we can do better. But I would hate to see it shut down, and I would really hate to see, the folks on the street, at least the people that I have talked to, that are very interested. We have young families. We're interested in seeing this become a vibrant part of our community. So I hope that they will take that into consideration when they look at this. And I guess my question would be, if we have somebody who's been so invested and done their due diligence with the people that actually live on the street, a local company that has skin in the game, as I would put it, if they're not the right candidate to do this after it's sat there for so long, I would ask who is the right candidate, and how else are we going to develop this in a way that will actually accomplish those things for the people that are invested and live there and want to be part of this community long term. That's all I got.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dylan. All right. Anyone next? Come on, join us.
My name is Mary Douglas Hunt, and I live on Windsor Road. I am not a very good visualizer, although I will say that this is a very good presentation. I mean, these people are very professional, and the other gentleman that did this speaking, not you, Mike, you too, but the other gentleman, he does a very superb presentation. My thing is, this is my third time looking at this, and I am not getting any sense of size, like how big is this going to be? So is there, like, compared to the Oak Bay Beach Hotel or compared to Village Walk, or like, just how big is this project? Because I don't get that looking from these beautiful pictures. So I'd like that addressed, please.
All right. Do you answer that? Either Mr. Miller?
Well, generally how people refer to buildings are in height or stories. So if that's the question around big, the best I can answer. It's a 4-story building. It's classed as a 4-story building. However, as you can see even on the image that's up right now, it's 4 stories, but pulled back on the 4th floor, so it reads sort of 3.5 stories. The biggest difference, there seems to be definition around Village Walk. Village Walk's a bit of a different description. Biggest thing being is it sits on a commercial podium that is 2 stories high. So it's truly a mixed use. This one, and perhaps I could bother Greg to come put the slide back on the west side of of Cadborough Bay. It's truly a 4-story building on the west side of Bowker, and in fact, it's sunken a little bit below grade. And that really speaks to the challenge around a lot of the, without being a traffic engineer expert, a lot of the challenges around the intersection are the width of the road, the slope of the road, and the way in which it has an offshoot down to Willows Beach. So that's what drives a lot of the challenges around the safety around the road. So in doing that, we're challenged by commercial height. So what we did at the west end of Bowker, at the west end of Cadborough Bay, what you're seeing right here is we truly have a 3.5-story structure at the west end, as you can see in this picture, with all 9-foot ceilings. So we're not over height ceilings anywhere. In addition to that, we've sunken it just a couple feet below grade to create a little bit of a terrace for those 2 walkout patio units, but just enough that what it can do is it decreases the overall height of the building as we tried to chase it down to the corner of Cadborough Bay and Bowker. And then in the commercial side, we started our first commercial unit at 10-foot finished space for the first commercial unit heading down Cadborough Bay, which is only just the minimum now commercial tenants need to create vibrancy with glazing and things like that. And then, of course, it increases as you get down to the corner of Cadborough Bay and Bowker. And then as we turn the corner again onto Bowker, we're back to 9-foot ceilings. So if that makes any sense, it's a 4-story building in residential form. 4-story office buildings would be probably 30% taller, and a 4-story commercial building would probably be about 50% taller. Does that better answer your question? I'm going to let this one, Greg, have this one then.
Okay, just Greg, and you do such an excellent job. Now, when I am driving by this, like, what am I going to see? Am I going to see part of a half of an Oak Bay Beach hotel, or a third, or bigger? Like, that's what I want to know, because always drawings are so beautiful and beautiful trees, but I want to know the impact I'm going to have visually, and that never is made clear on these magnificent drawings with any developer that I have ever observed.
Mr. Demand?
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for the nice compliments.
Oh, absolutely.
I appreciate it. So the way I would try and answer the question is to say that if you start at the west end on Cadborough Bay, the building will be about as tall as the building beside it, the existing 4-story apartment building there. It'd be closer to the street, but it will be about that height. And then as you move down to the corner and the street falls away, but obviously the building floors don't slope, they stay level, it'll become more of its height will increase somewhat, right, to the point where at the corner it's that kind of has that sense of being a mixed-use commercial building, like you would see. I don't know if you've been out to Selkirk, but some of those buildings there with the residential above the commercial, the South Circle building where there's a little cafe there, very much in that sort of style, right? And then as you turn the corner and come back along Bowker, the building steps down, ending up being about 3 here. It looks like, and you can see here, it looks like it's 3 stories tall. There is a 4th floor, but it's stepped back, so you don't really read it there, which means that it'll look like it's just slightly smaller than this building, slightly slower in height, but again, closer to the street. So I hope that maybe answers the question a little. So you can go there and walk the site and look at the neighboring buildings and have a sense.
I think that's a good idea for residents, and I appreciate your comments.
Okay.
Next. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Scott.
My name's Scott Humphreys, and I live on 2298 Bowker Avenue. It's the corner, the house on the corner of Bowker and Cadborough Bay. So directly across the proposed development to the north. And I bought the house in 2013, but effectively have lived there since 1998 because I bought it off my parents when they retired. So I've seen every tenant come out of that building pretty much since 1998. Hairdresser, lawnmower repair person, and cats, 4 Cats art studio. And the main thing here is, and I appreciate what Abstract's done, because at the beginning of the process, say a little over a year ago, I wasn't too convinced on the, a new building, but I bought the house knowing that, we're part, this is in the OCP, it's going to be changed, and it's an old building and doesn't bring much to the community, so I had to keep that in mind. And throughout the process, throughout the year, it's been, I've been to all 6 meetings, and they've actually changed their design. Like, they've come down 6 units in density and increased the parking by 9 stalls. And I think that the parking is just a nightmare right now. Like, it's one thing to have signs out there that say, don't park here, resident, or 2-hour parking. But if it's not enforced, there's no point. So they have increased their parking on site, and I believe that with the surface parking should, for the most of the time, be sufficient. However, in some weekends or sometimes it does get quite busy, so I really would want to put forth so that we have somebody that patrol that area for parking and just ticket people or something, get out there and enforce it. Also, my neighbor to the west, Dylan, and my neighbor again to the west, Jordy, have both had concerns about parking, and they're like, well, can we increase the size of our driveway? So there's another thing that right now we're not allowed to, or we get charged fees to, redo the sidewalk so that you can drive right in. It would be nice to have another driveway rather than, so that we won't take up so much of the space ourselves. As far as the design goes, I think that I think it's great. I think they've changed the design to fit a lot of the needs of the neighborhood, and over the last year have definitely changed, and I think that it's a lot better of a project than when it started. And I just hope that, the cafe is not going to mind if I go across the street in my slippers a couple of times. So anyways, that's all I got to say. I'm in support of the project, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, next. Jane, come on forward, and then James. I'm not supposed to call everybody by their first names, but that's how we talk on the street, and I don't even know your last name, so sorry.
Jane Van Sickle, 2337 Cadborough Bay Road. My primary concern is traffic and safety, pedestrian safety, cyclists. I have lived on Cadborough Bay or on Bowker for pretty much my whole life. And about 7 years ago, on Father's Day, my husband and son were getting into the car, which was in our front yard. And as they always do, a car came speeding northbound on Cadborough Bay. It hit the Mercedes, my neighbor's Mercedes, and knocked it 30 feet down the road. And then the car careened across the road diagonally, went through the person's yard, and stopped like inches from the house across the road. Fortunately, the Mercedes was there because that saved my son and my husband's life. What I was surprised about, well, actually not really surprised, is that almost the identical accident had happened 4 months prior, except it had hit the house across the road. I always see traffic accidents. By far, the majority of them are not reported. Right now, the boulevard next to us, it's all chewed up because somebody skidded along, and all that, there's debris, glass and that all over the sidewalk, and that's still. It wasn't reported. I've seen so many of them. My neighbor on the corner, Amanda, she's at the corner of Cadborough Bay and Bowker. Her daughter was crossing the little slip road to the island, and she was hit by a car. They also, that wasn't reported, and she lived, obviously, but there are so many accidents. There was also an elderly gentleman, the same thing, same slip road. So I am extremely concerned about the traffic and the safety. So I would like to know for sure that this, you know, with the densification, that something will be done. I mean, I'm thrilled to have this development. It's lovely working with the people from Abstract. I think they've really listened to the community. It will be nice to have a restaurant. It will be much more of a little center. And I really look forward to that. I appreciate that. Not so sure about Cadbury Bay Road. I'd like to actually to see a three-dimensional model made, because I'm a very visual person. And I think, I'm not sure about Cadbury Bay Road, but yeah, so I would just like to know if Oak Bay Council can commit to putting the money into making the intersection safe if this, or when this development goes through. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Well, I'll speak for myself and say that I would support that, but. Okay, James? Or Mr. Sultanum, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my comment is somewhat related to what has just been said. My major concern has to do with safety of the intersection, but I'm not going to repeat. I'm also a little bit concerned with cost, and I'm going to read my comment so I don't expand and I capture more or less what I'm going to say. I'd like to ask, I'm going to read. Who assesses the need for traffic light or pedestrian crossing light, and when that's done? The reason why I'm asking is because impact on traffic is something that would be better measured or felt over time. My point is, who would pay for a traffic light? How much does a traffic light cost? Would the city require that a bond be submitted to make sure that the cost be covered, say, a year after the building is finished, if it turns out that a traffic light is needed? And the reason why I'm asking that is it seems to me that sometimes we talk about amenities and we somewhat get confused with expenses and costs being incurred due to the development. We kind of mix things up. And the previous person who was here was saying that she would like the city to consider paying for those things. So a traffic light costs money. So I see a development, and as a taxpayer, I have to pay for a traffic light. So how much does a traffic light cost? And indeed, a traffic light may be needed. It's a very busy intersection. I guess that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hand, do you have a response for that, or should we just capture that for? Okay, did you want me to review them? Just, okay. I'm not sure we can answer those questions at this time. Okay. All right. All right, does anybody else want to comment? Come on forward. Sam?
Yeah, hi, Sam Mercer. I live with my wife Emma, who's also here at 2218 Bowker Avenue, sort of the other end of the street from the proposed development. And I'm really glad to hear the earlier comments. I joked with the Abstract folks that when we first started talking, I said, a lot of us right in this neighborhood and on this street are going to take up all your time with talking about the intersection and how unsafe it is. And I appreciate that you're going to say, well, we'll do the best we can and we'll build a nice building, but we can't fix all of Oak Bay's intersections. And I think that's completely fair. And so I'd say I agree with a lot of what was said by folks on the street earlier, that one of the big concerns is safety. I also really appreciate the development. I'm really looking for a development there that is more European, that is a lot of the things this is. Hopefully a restaurant, hopefully more interactive with the community. I think that Bowker Manor, which is in the middle of that block, the bottom right of that photo, I'd challenge anyone to say that that's a desirable multi-family architectural model. I think it's obsolete as a model. But just going back to what we've said about the intersection, it is unsafe, and I think it'd be helpful to kind of separate the two topics, and I think it's very helpful. We could debate the amounts of money, but that's a very easily resolved thing. About abstract, I think it's very helpful contributing some money and trust to be used to fix the intersection. But I think otherwise it would be a shame if the development itself, which is on an existing commercial and multifamily looking lot, and there's a triangular commercial building already on the lot. I think it'd be a shame if the project was delayed or held up because we do have bigger concerns as a municipality about that intersection, and we need to fix it. I think it'd be helpful to figure out what contribution is appropriate that abstract might make, and the offered contribution seems okay to me, but we could look at the cost of a traffic light. But I think it'd be a shame to hold up and hold the project hostage to the longer term concerns about the intersection. Thank you.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Han. Thank you, Mr. Mercer.
Through the chair, just as I think about the last of the comments from Mr. Mercer and Mr. Sultana, I will just add one thing. Just the way what the intersection should look like, and we saw the drawings, there were the three options from the 2009 study. That hasn't changed. So the recommendations about things like the island partway across where the intersection is, the change in terms of the turn east to Bowker, like all those things are the analysis still stands. So that includes the warrant studies, the analysis of what is required in terms of a traffic light or not. It's the same thing. The one thing we did ask abstract, and then they asked adept to do that, was to do an additional warrant analysis. In other words, is it warranted pedestrian actuated crosswalk? And they've provided that answer as well, and it is warranted. So again, these are questions we've asked to assess the impact of the development on the traffic, the intersection around there. But again, it comes down to it's a district. If it's an infrastructure change, an intersection change, just like other changes that we would make anywhere else in the district, it needs to be prioritized across all the projects that we have on the books.
Thank you, Mr. Horan. Hope that answers, clarifies things for people. Yeah, come on up. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know my name?
No, I don't.
Sorry.
Familiar.
Dave Brown.
Oh, hello, Hazel. Yeah, my name is Dave Brown. I live at 2701 Burdick Avenue, so not right in the close area, but in the general neighborhood. Myself and my family walk the neighborhood often. We mostly go to Oak Bay Avenue for amenities, restaurants, and things like that. So I just want to echo the positive comments of the streetscape overall. That to me is a huge deal. Just vibrancy in that corner that's pretty dead right now. So anyway, I'll keep it brief, and thank you very much, and I support the application fully.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? All right.
Madam Chair, members of council, my name is... Sure. Yep. All right, thank you. My name is Bruce Phelan, and I live at 2635 Bowker Avenue. One of my principal concerns is that land use decisions are based on sound evidence or reasonable inferences that can be drawn from that evidence. Lance Finch, the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of BC, said that the first principle of good government is that objective empirical evidence, in other words, scientifically established facts, is the only sure foundation of sound public policy. He went on to say that we must rely on reason applied to facts established by the evidence in all of our decision making, and that public policy cannot be based on what is convenient, what is expedient, or what's ideological. It can't be based on anecdotal evidence or simple beliefs. All of this applies to decision-making generally. Sound decisions must be made on the basis of sound evidence, not anecdotal evidence or beliefs or speculation. I refer to the report prepared by the Manager of Planning on January the 10th. She stated that 6 commercial units provide opportunities to meet local needs, including a restaurant space proposed at the intersection of Cadbury Bay Road and Bowker Avenue. Over the last 32 years that I have lived in that area, the 5 commercial spaces that are there now over the last number of years have been a revolving door of small businesses and vacant spaces. There is no evidence of what Oak Bay's commercial needs are, or that they are not already being met in the district of Oak Bay, or in the city of Victoria, which is only 600 meters away from this intersection. There is no evidence of what businesses will go into the commercial space in the proposal project, or that they will meet whatever commercial needs we have in this community. At this point, it's all speculation. There are restaurants throughout Oak Bay and in nearby Victoria. There is no evidence that there is a broader need within the community, or even a desire, for more restaurants in Oak Bay. There are already restaurants and coffee shops nearby. Firstly, the Estevan Village on Estevan Avenue, which is only 550 meters away from the project site, has restaurants and a coffee shop. The Estevan-Cadbro Bay intersection, which is 475 meters away to the north of the project site, has a restaurant and a coffee shop. And at the Fort and Fowl Bay intersection, which is 600 meters west of the project site, you have numerous coffee shops and restaurants. All of those distances are walkable. There's no evidence that the additional commercial space and the restaurant or coffee shop at the abstract proposed site is necessary or warranted. The manager's report said the applicant believes a unique identity and sense of place for the neighborhood has been accommodated through the proposal. There is no description of what a unique identity or sense of place means, or what good it will do to the broader community, or how those things have been accommodated. With respect, this is an abstract belief that has no concrete meaning. The manager's report goes on to say that substantial consultation was undertaken with the neighborhood in developing and refining the proposal. As I said, I've lived in that neighborhood for 32 years. My home is 400 meters away from that intersection, and I have not been consulted. I was never informed of any meetings or opportunities to consult, and I only heard via the grapevine early last week that there was a meeting on Wednesday. And I decided I wanted to go and see what this was all about, because because of the size of this project, it's going to have an impact on the whole community, not just people who live across the street from this project. So I went to find out what was going on, and the meeting was not a consultation where I was invited to share my thoughts. Abstract just set out what it was proposing to build, and that's fair enough. I learned something. I had no time to consider the proposal, or to examine it in detail, or objectively, nor was I invited to comment on it. Quite frankly, the only written materials that I have seen with respect to this proposal were posted on the Oak Bay website this past weekend, and I'm still in the process of examining them. And my comments tonight are really only the first layer of the onion. The manager's report says that the parking facilities bylaw sets out the minimum number of parking spaces required for land uses located within Oak Bay. The development as proposed in a similar zone would require a total of 127 parking spaces. I'm quoting from her report. 127 parking spaces, 97 for residential use and 30 for commercial use. The applicant is proposing a total of 59 parking spaces, 52 for residential and 7 for the commercial. On-street parking will be 3 parking stalls along Bowker Avenue and 8 parking stalls on Cabaret Road. The report goes on to say that with the reduction in required parking stalls, a variance per parking would be required. 52 residential parking stalls for 43 units equates to 1.2 stalls per unit. There will be no restriction on the number of people living in each unit, and it would not be unreasonable to assume that there may be 2 or more than 2 living in each unit. It would not be unreasonable to assume that all the residents may be over 16 and licensed to drive a car. I refer to the Transportation and Parking Report prepared in 2016, and it's attachment number 4A. It was written on October 31st of last year. The report says that at that time, the proposal was for 1.4 residential parking spaces per unit, and that the number is in excess of the parking demand at 2 other strata developments and many rental developments surveyed in the area. The report made this statement based on information that the reporter had obtained regarding 6 multi-unit buildings in the immediate vicinity of the proposed project. There was little evidence about the nature of those other buildings or the demographics in those buildings, or that the numbers that the reporter generated are solid statistical evidence of what we can expect to happen in the proposed project. In fact, the report went on to say that most of the 6 buildings were rental housing, which charges for on-site parking, meaning that some residents park on the street.
Mr. Phelan?
Yes?
I hate to interrupt you, but we're approaching our 10:30 deadline.
Oh.
And we have to have a motion to extend the meeting, but I just wanted to interrupt for a moment and ask if there was anybody else that was going to speak, how many other speakers we might have, whether we would postpone to another evening, or if there's just a couple, we could contain it to tonight. 2 speakers? Okay. 3 speakers? Okay. So what's the will of committee? Did you guys want to wrap this up tonight?
Sure, I'll make a motion to extend our meeting. Do I have to give a time? Till 11 o'clock.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Okay, thank you. And if I could remind you to keep it brief, because we do have people waiting and it's very late.
I have quite a bit to say, actually, if you wish to hear me. Because of the small number of multi-unit buildings that were cited, and the reporter only looked at 6, compared with the large number of multi-unit buildings in Oak Bay, it could reasonably be said that the information that the reporter presented may not be a reliable indicator of what we could expect in the abstract proposal. Dealing with the hard evidence, in 2009, the federal government's Natural Resource Canada's Office of Energy Efficiency produced a report called the Canadian Vehicle Survey. Speaking with respect to light vehicles, which included vans, SUVs, pickups, and cars, it said that in 2009, there were on average 1.47 vehicles per household. And that was an increase from 1.43 vehicles per household in 2000. So that the hard evidence is that in 2009, the number of vehicles per household was 1.47 vehicles, and that the trend appeared to be increasing. IC produced statistics in February 2016 about the number of passenger vehicles being insured through the years 2010 to 2014. And I won't give you the exact numbers because I'll just say that there was an increase of over 200,000 vehicles in 5 years. According to the reports in the Times Colonist newspaper, a record number of new vehicles were sold in Canada in 2015, and that record was broken again in 2016 when even more vehicles were sold. So the reasonable inference that we can draw from all of this evidence is that the number of vehicles per household in Canada today could well be in excess of 1.47. These figures agree with my own experience. My home is one of 10 houses on Boker Avenue between Monteith and Beach Drive. There are 19 people who are older than the minimum legal driving age, and they own and drive a total of 20 vehicles. So when you do the math, there are 2 vehicles per household and at least 1 vehicle per adult. Given those facts, it would be reasonable to say that the people who will live in the 43 units in the proposed development could own at least 60 and perhaps as many 80 vehicles. And we would have to consider the need for visitor parking as well, especially the 8 parking spaces on the perimeter of the building are taken up by patrons of the businesses in the building. The applicant is seeking a very large residential parking space variance, reducing the number of residential parking spaces from 97 down to 52. In my view, this would be completely unreasonable if there are as many as 80 vehicles owned by residents in the proposed project, plus the visitor parking needs. We have a duty to protect what we have and enjoy in our district, and we must apply the precautionary principle and plan for what could happen, not for just what we hope might happen. Dealing with the commercial parking, if there are 6 businesses, then it would be reasonable to assumed that there will be at least 6 employees or owners, and probably more, working in those 6 units. It would not be unreasonable to assume that some or all of the workers could come to work by motor vehicle, and it would not be unreasonable to assume that all of the commercial spaces could be taken up by the employees and owners of the businesses. If those owners and employers are not allowed to park in the commercial spaces, then they will add to the on-street parking. It would be reasonable to assume that the businesses will attract the users of automobiles and that they will want to park in the immediate vicinity of the project proposal. One only has to view Cadbury Bay at Estevan to see the impact of the Pure Vanilla coffee shop that it has had on that area. Cadbury Bay is a major arterial road. Both sides of Cadbury Bay are lined with parked cars. People are impeding the flow of traffic when they are attempting to parallel park, and jaywalkers are frequently impeding the flow of traffic. It will be the same at Bowker and Cadbury Bay if a coffee shop is one of the commercial tenants in the abstract proposal. Parking will have to overflow somewhere. It will cause a domino effect with the parking in front of the Oak Bay Lodge being forced into the side streets. Abstract is asking for a very large variance on the commercial parking requirements. If it is granted, this will exacerbate the parking situation around Oak Bay Lodge, as well as on the streets adjacent to the project site. In my view, the parking variances that Abstract will be seeking should not be granted, and that Abstract should be required to substantially meet the parking standards that are presently mandated by the bylaws. Regarding the issue of housing, Abstract is proposing the building of 43 units in an infill development project that will significantly increase the density of the area around the building. The district conducted a community satisfaction survey in this past fall. One of the questions in the community satisfaction survey asked, in your view, as a resident of the District of Oak Bay, what is the most important issue facing your community? The biggest concern among the cold called respondents was overdensification and the infill strategy. A total of 25% of the respondents mentioned those concerns. Among the online respondents, the overdensification and infill strategy responses total a whopping 47%. It is important to note that the survey respondents did not mention the need for more housing as an issue. Among the cold call respondents, 9% said affordable housing was the issue. And among the online respondents, 19% said affordable housing was the issue. So what do we learn from the survey? Firstly, more housing per se is not a concern of Oak Bay residents. Affordable housing is the concern. And Oak Bay residents have a much bigger concern about infill development and densification than affordable housing. What can we conclude from the evidence? The abstract proposal is not addressing the concerns of Oak Bay residents by simply building more residences. In fact, by proposing a major infill development, abstract is aggravating a major concern. There's no evidence that this proposed project will benefit the residents of Oak Bay. There will be no restrictions on who can buy the units. The sale of the units will not be restricted to just Oak Bay residents. Conceivably, all of the units could be purchased by out-of-towners who simply want to live in Oak Bay. and there's absolutely no evidence that these units will provide affordable housing to Oak Bay residents. On the contrary, there is no doubt that these units will be sold at the market price, which in Oak Bay is as high or higher than anywhere else in the CRD. Clearly, this proposal is not meeting the needs or concerns of the community at large. The manager's report says the applicant is amenable to entering into a housing agreement to ensure no restrictions will be placed on the rental of dwelling units. My response to that is that this will not mean that the units will be rented, nor does it mean that the rental costs will be affordable. The report says that the applicant is amenable to a restrictive covenant ensuring restaurant use will be provided at the front of the building.
Mr. Phelan?
Yes?
Given that you've been speaking for about 15 minutes,
Yes.
and we only have a half an hour left and there are 2 items remaining on our agenda,
Yes.
I would ask kindly if you could wrap your comments up, because there are other speakers that are wanting to have their say as well.
Perhaps what I could do is, after the other speakers have had their say, I could come back and complete my submission to you.
Certainly, or maybe you could, I see that it's written down, maybe you could submit it in writing.
I'll have to
council
redo it
could
because
consider.
these are just my speaking notes.
Okay, I'm just concerned that not everyone will have an opportunity to speak if you continue.
Okay, let's go with my first suggestion, and that is that I speak after everybody else has had their opportunity.
All right.
And we'll see what happens.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your accommodation. Welcome, Doug.
Thank you. So Doug Mollard, 2361 Cranmore. And I'd like to say I found Bruce's comments very interesting. He's done a lot of research and he's provoked a lot of thoughts on my part on, different facets of the project. So that was interesting. My concern initially is the traffic, and that's a very dangerous intersection. There's conflict between pedestrians and cars. And I would say that as a main arterial road, it's been tipping the hat to cars for quite a while. And what we have before us is a proposal to bring in more residential housing and also multi-use or office building and a coffee shop. So we're going to have a lot more pedestrians coming in, and the conflict between cars and pedestrians will become more acute. And we've got a 2009 traffic study that I'm seeing the proponent is putting up as maybe something that would be resolving those kind of conflicts, and I would question its ability to do that. So the question would be, with increase, if you think of a coffee shop like Pure Vanilla, I mean, who's coming and going? What kind of movement would there be? And how's it going to be safe? And if with ongoing, further on, we're going to be developing the Oak Bay Lodge at some point, something's going to be happening. What's going to be happening with traffic or with pedestrian traffic on that side? If you want to have a village, then what you're doing is you have people stopping, getting out of cars, moving around. You have kids coming over to get a cupcake or something. It's going to draw people into it. A very dangerous area. So that's a concern. In terms of $50,000 to resolving that concern, looking at the traffic study, I don't think that's going to do much other than maybe some paint. So, whose responsibility is that is something council would have to decide. But if you're building a multi-unit facility and bringing in a business that's going to increase pedestrian traffic, I would think there'd be some responsibilities to account for the safety of the community. So that's one concern I'd put out. And the second one would be parking. And I'm hearing the numbers in terms of parking, and just wondering in terms of coming and going where you would park and what that would look like. I think that is a concern. And in terms of the actual building design, the setback, it's a very large building. We have to assume, I am understanding that Abstract would be a business, and a very good business in town that has done a lot of work in town building and meeting with neighbors and this sort of thing. But it's also a business, and I would assume that there's a profit motive in terms of building the building. And where that sits, I don't know, but I would assume that the more units you have in a building and the closer it is to the curb, probably the better the profit. But we are also a community here, and at some point there has to be a balance. And, where's the balance come between profit for Abstract and community amenities and the structure of the buildings within Oak Bay? And that's a hard one to know because you don't know what the bottom lines are. So in terms of, I hear a lot of things being said about the beauty of Europe and coming up to the curbs. Places that I lived in Europe, that was the cheap areas in town, right? So and that might be downtown. You might have things coming up to the curb. So I'm wondering, I can see down at the toe of the structure where it's currently, I could see that, that's already established and it's close to the sidewalk. But all the way back up, I'm wondering, that's obviously, there'd be some profit decision making in that. And I'm just wondering if that really meets the needs of the community. And there might be some discussion onto that. So really 3 issues. One is the safety, increased pedestrian use because of people living there, because of the business, parking. I don't see where people will park coming into the business. If you look at pure vanilla, I'm wondering what that would look like. Traffic study and use study that goes back to 2009. Wondering about where the money would be rectifying and resolving these issues. And in terms of design, a lot of that's aesthetics. And I'm wondering what drives that. So these are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Put my name down?
I think, yes, please, put your name and your, just the municipality you live in, obviously Oak Bay. But, and I think there was 2 other speakers over here. Oh, one over here? Okay, and one here? Okay. And Lorena? Okay, so we've got three remaining. And we have to make it quick. So jump into a chair, somebody. Thank you.
My name is Mike Wilmot, and I live at 1211 Beach. I've been in residence for 37 years, and my grandson goes to Willows School, so I'm quite familiar with this particular intersection. The prime concern, as people have said, is safety, and parking comes into it, and we have to do something. I don't think you can separate the project from safety. You cannot put this project through and kick down the road this intersection once again. You just simply cannot do it if you're being responsible counselors. You have to address this problem head on and deal with it. You've got to get some good parking numbers. The numbers are out by a factor of 2 between 59 and 120 or 130 parking spots you need. Reason says that place is going to become jammed up like crazy. It doesn't matter what you say, you know what's going to happen at that intersection. Addressing one person's question, you have to demand a 3D model so people can actually see it. You can draw 2D dimensional model things until you come out blue in the face. You have to have a 3D model that's got the road on it and it's got the buildings on it so you can actually see what's happening. Willow School and Oak Bay School, parents send their kids there. There's lots of stories of people just going through flashing lights at Willows and all over the place. This place is a death trap. It's going to happen and you're going to be responsible. You cannot separate the project from safety. Do not pass, I think it's unconscionable to pass something that says this project goes ahead and not have the safety issue and that road all in a package. It's just totally unacceptable. We've kicked it down the road too long. I would urge you to take option 2 on your lists and call the Parents Auxiliary, whatever it's called at Willow School, call the community meeting, put out the model of the roads, put up the 3D model, and not have this done by an interested party, but have the municipality of Oak Bay run a session. You cannot allow a developer, you can, and it's good information, but you want unbiased information collected of what people think of how this road is affecting them and how this particular project goes. In a nutshell, it's a beautiful building. I think these guys have tried to shoe it into a shoehorn, but it's just not acceptable, I think. But more importantly, I think there's a process that has to be done where you get feedback from the community and you cannot separate this project from safety and kick the safety down the road and think about it sometime in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmot. And next. Lorena or Mr. Either one of you? Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Whoever's fastest.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Mayor, council members. The few times that I have been in front of this group, I have discovered that you knew more than I did about what I was talking about. And so I always come away a little bit chagrined. This time I tried to do my homework, and I will give it to you probably on email in written form, but I couldn't make the deadlines today. So and I'm sorry, I don't know what all the previous speakers have said. My name is Dave Rodenhouse. I live on Bowker, and I'm just east of this site. Okay, so I'm going to paraphrase from my letter, which you'll see later. I am one who is pleased to see this initiative development at the site of what I call Bowker Village, if you understand that. And I live just east there, so I have some skin in the game, and I've been trying to watch this develop as I've gone along. What I want to testify here tonight is that I am disappointed with the report that you have in front of you, which is my reference one, which is the report of the Director of Planning, which comes from the APC, the Advisory Planning Commission. I've read that report as a summary of what the thinking has been, what they have felt about this. And I haven't been to all their meetings, but I'm disappointed in that. After 4 meetings, both from the panel and the commission, I do acknowledge there have been some changes in the design to reduce the density, but the concerns and the discussion that goes with that are simply set out. There's 5 items. Height, the mass of the building, transition zone, and amenity contribution, the 5th one, and without any comment, just the list of concerns. Well, of course, we knew that all along, but what I would like you to have before you start making decisions from the Advisory Commission and the design panel is to have something about that, some topics about that, not simply to throw it in your lap and say, these are important things. Of course they're important things. I expected a better analysis of the pros and the cons of what is being proposed. Where is the analysis of that will place an additional financial burden on the taxpayers, not only just locally, the burden of traffic, for example, but where's the power capacity and the infrastructure costs, the water infrastructure, the sewer capacity, as well as the traffic conflicts and so forth. So these things have to be studied and some estimate made before it's thrown into your lap, it seems to me. I think you need to have that. Maybe you are clairvoyant and don't need it, or you're going to do it later. I don't know. So I want to talk now exclusively about the traffic problem, because I've looked at that in some, tried to look at that in some detail and look at the reports, which are quantitative and one can deal with it. So I think you deserve to know, which I didn't see in the report coming into you, that at this intersection, there 1,000 vehicles per hour during the peak period is a rough number. There's 2 peak periods, right? 1,000 vehicles per hour. And the mean high speed, in technical terms, the 85th percentile, is 44 kilometers per hour. And it got as high as 60, in the upper 1%. So the qualitative, the emotional concerns that people express, these are quantitative numbers to see how to imagine. Furthermore, this is on a hill and a twist, and the visibility is bad. And so this is all in that first report in 2009. At the site, the potential site for building, the vehicle traffic going both ways, 2 bike lanes, is 700, and my printer is not very good, 730, I think, vehicles per hour, along with these conflicts of others. Okay. Now, that's the first report, so that's just a summary, and I think you need to have those kind of numbers. Oh, one more thing. This in 2009, the intersection was graded as Class B, which is level of service, which is a one with short delays. Okay, so now fast forward 7 years. We've just had a new report done, and this is in your attachments, both these attachments, 4A and 5, I believe. So I analyzed these in the same way, but first thing that arrested me was that now the intersection is Class A, grade A, if service. Excellent traffic flow, and most vehicles do not stop at all. A couple of stoplights, or a couple of stop signs there, and a caution light. So it has gone over 7 years. The traffic, I am sure, has increased, but you find that it's now not Class B, but Class A. It's even easier than you thought. So I'm a little bit, a little bit surprised at that. So I put the next part in terms of questions. What is the traffic flow at this intersection? If it's 1,000 a few years ago, 7 years ago, what is it now? And you deserve to know what that is. And was the traffic flow, when was the traffic flow monitored? If you read the report, it was monitored in August 12th, or on March 9th, or on March 12th, or on Thursday, March 10th. So this again undercuts what I see as a traffic report. Some of them may be typos, I don't know, but the testing the traffic in August, if that's really true, it's not quite the same as what we really want to see. And then the third question you deserve to know, what percentage increase of traffic flow can be assigned to this commercial and residential development? Okay, you deserve to know that. I figured it out, I think, okay? And it's based on on this kind of traffic flow. And if you have a traffic flow of 10,000 cars per day, the contribution to the traffic of this development is rather small. If it's 5,000, it's twice as much, right? So you deserve to know that. Then with regards to parking space, I'm sure this has been discussed, but there's a nice little report about parking space in the report, in that 4A report. And either you digest it or somebody has to do it for you and explain that the quantitative estimates from a couple of apartment houses is less than 1 car per unit. I think I have that right. And as you know, and the proposal you have in front of you is for 1.2 cars per unit, which is 52 spots. And the bylaws, I ran out of time, but the bylaws are not quite twice as much, but quite a bit more, somewhere short of 2, let's say. So what's this discrepancy? So you deserve to have someone look at that, engineers or sociologists or someone, and if you're comparing apartment houses in a different part of town with something that's being developed here, it's not commensurate. On the other hand, it may be. And if you want to make this into a bicycle palace, that's fine with me. I'm very happy. But have some analytic work, and it's available to us, or it can be produced. Thank you for your patience. I'll summarize by 3 or 4 things that I thought I would like to leave with you. 1, why is this intersection now a grade A when it used to be grade B? Gee, maybe the traffic is going down. Maybe people are riding more bicycles. Okay, I don't believe that. I'd like to believe it, but that should be checked out. That undermines the credibility of what we're doing here. And I should say, this is a big development. It's an important development. I restate, I like the improvements from what's there now into what's going to be. I like that idea, but this is not something just to be dealt with a flick of the wrist. Number 2, why are the traffic measurements, I told you 10,000, why are they less? I'm giving you a hint because I figured it out. Why are they less now than they were 7 years ago? And there's some reasons possibly for that. It has to do with how the engineering study was conducted, but let someone rationalize that for you and explain it, because on the surface, it's not too credible. 3rd. What is the correct observational period for the data in the first report in 2016? Because in there may be typos or mistakes or my misunderstanding, but there's 4 different dates. And finally, at the time of construction, say a year from now, and in the next 10 years, so we're looking forward to this, are the historical discrepancies in traffic count, the ones I've been telling you, are those discrepancies sufficient to prevent an estimate of future conditions? Because we're on a slope, you know, temperature's warming, traffic is increasing, population's going up, 1% population increase per year in this central zone. So we have to have some idea, not what it was 7 years ago, but what it is now and what it's going to be, and it has to be information that we're confident about.
And we're running out of time, so thank you very much. And I think the last speaker, would that be it? Okay.
Chair, a point of information, if I may.
Yes.
Is it possible to have a different drawing up on the screen while we're waiting for the I would love to see A700, the streetscapes, please. Oh, okay. It shows the relative size of the building next to the buildings on either side.
Right.
Oh, okay. Nope, just the streetscape showing the relative size of this with respect to the other buildings. It is available online.
Okay, we have 10 minutes remaining, 5 minutes remaining, so we
I'll make it brief,
Thank you,
if that's
Lorena.
at all possible.
Yes.
As everyone knows me. I'm Leona Frenette, and I have been a 37-year resident of Hampshire Hill. I have a lot of history in the neighborhood and with Oak Bay Lodge, and just, you know, observing what I observe from my perch each and every day. When Abstract came and approached us with respect to helping them get a vision for this property, they were sincere, and they did a very good job of listening to what we wanted. I think this is a bold move, and I think sometimes bold moves make for great outcomes. I think that as the process went along, the meetings that I attended and the discussions I had with staff from Abstract, I became more and more aware of their real willingness to do what's right for the community. And yes, there has to be some profit for them. You know, all of us need a paycheck at the end of the day. It's a heavy investment in that property. I think there are concerns about size and massing, but what I see as the benefit is that we will bring some vibrancy to that corner, which is much needed. And I think that the design using the streetscape is a very clever one, because it will bring people to the street, and it will, I think, improve the walking traffic through that area. Instead of people trying to skirt around, they'll have something to look at. With respect to, you know, empirical data, etc., none of it is ever really helpful. I think you need to talk to the people that live in the area, that know the area, and you know, those of us who are immediately impacted visually, and as in precedent of most people have come forward and say they're very much in favor of this proposition. Haven't heard any local residents say no, other than comments from Bruce and can't remember the gentleman's name. However, moving along, this is an opportunity for the municipality to embrace something different. And yes, different can be scary, but it can outcome. This is not the Oak Bay Lodge. This is not the Oak Bay Beach Hotel. This is a modern interpretation of what people want to live in today. And that's a lot different than it was in 1904, 1912. We are a blended community. We have architectural nuances all throughout, and that's what makes Oak Bay such a pleasure to live in. It's never boring. I would say that this gives us an opportunity to move forward to deal with a very, very difficult traffic, pedestrian, and quality of life for the people that live in that intersection and are immediately affected by it. It's not Abstract's job to solve those questions for us, but they have shown us throughout that they are a willing partner and that they are very aware of what they can do and what they can't do. I would encourage this council to do its due diligence. You need to ask yourself about massing and how you feel about that. But from my perspective and that of many of my neighbors, this is a good thing for that corner. And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you, Lorena. Good timing. We have 1 minute remaining before we're up to our 11 o'clock deadline. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Mr. Mears. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Can I have a motion to either extend or?
I think if we have one more speaker and we also have to take care of the other item on our agenda, I will extend for only 15 minutes longer, and that's it.
Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Okay, final speaker. Thank you for keeping your comments brief.
They're going to be brief. Yeah, I don't
Great.
want anybody to miss a late night show.
Who can stay up for that?
Okay.
Well past my bedtime.
Just clarifications, actually. There wasn't a lot of time. The gentleman that said that, it would be nice to have this up, all the information earlier, given all the reports seem to be dated earlier. Anyway, having said that, I just want to put my address in here.
You just need the municipality. Okay,
so,
great.
First of all, I was a little bit confused about the tree issue. Like, we seemed to be a chart with 14, and there was most of them were, healthy, and some were moderate. But then there was a submission that talked about 40 trees, and it kind of went on Google Earth, and it seemed like that supported 40 trees. So are we keeping 26 trees? There seem to be 14 on a chart that are going to get removed. Are they all going, or are we having to keep some, or can you just clarify that?
Are you referring to the tree resource report, which has the listing of
14 trees. But
I
then
see 14 trees, but I don't see any that are healthy. I see all fair.
Yeah. Well,
is it there's two parts to that report? So perhaps
no, there's some gentleman that actually in the submission he went and counted the trees, and he
I
likes the
see.
trees, and he said there are 40.
Oh, okay. Oh, that
be
would be the
40.
report from Mr. Murdoch, I think. Murdoch de Grief? Okay. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, there's the 7 bylaw protected trees. There's 7 Gary Oaks. Actually, there's 8 bylaw protected trees. There's 7 Gary Oaks, and there's 1 plum on Bowker. And I was just there today again, and half of that tree has fallen down, so it's below fair. The oaks are all considered fair. There's one right on the corner up at the top of Cadbro Bay that we're keeping, actually. And so there's 6 we're removing, and we're replanting with 13 Gary Oaks, and then an additional 37 trees. There are a few other trees on the site. I think that's where the 14 number comes from, or 13 number. There's a couple of small, but they're smaller, so they're not bylaw protected trees. But there's a couple of firs. There's a Lawson's Falls cypress. There's a few robinias, those kinds of trees.
And they're going.
Okay.
Yes. All right. I just want to clarify that. So we're going to lose quite a few trees, I guess. Okay, my second point then is that I'm not clear about the 128,000. If I have to pay for my hookup from actually my property line to the main drain, cost me about $5,000. And some guy was digging a hole in my street recently, one of the municipal staff, and I asked him, and he said, "Oh no, you know, there was the water problem, and the resident would have to pay for that." So I'm wondering about how much the hookups and how much of all the various costs for the sidewalk, etc. You know, I think some of the new houses have to have the resident has to pay for the sidewalks. What would we be looking at normally out of that 128,000? Would it be 5,000 times 43, or what are we doing here?
Mr. Hunt, can you answer that? And I think by 120,000, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Are you speaking to the amenities package?
No, the amenities is 550,000. I thought. It's 128,000 was what? I
think
don't know.
I'm
thought
not
it was
sure.
for,
So let's clarify what the amenities package is with Mr. Haran and.
So my understanding is the amenities package, and the manager planner can confirm, is the 120, 50 of that is meant to be for the intersection, and then Corbin's shaking his head in the back. So maybe Mike can add that.
So are the other costs extra we're going to get?
But I will say, I will just add, I'll answer your question, and then the folks from Abstract or Deborah can confirm that number. What happens is, and I mentioned it earlier in the evening, is we do an estimate for the services required for the development to connect to municipal services, and that's done later. And that's costs that are done, that are borne by the developer. So all the hookups to sewer, to storm, water, any changes required in terms of driveway access, things like that, is all separate costs that are part of the offsite servicing
And
agreement.
they're nothing to do with 128,000?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. My next point then is that's exactly where the Bowker flood was, and I remember that. I think the mayor does remember that situation. And I just wondered about, that was a water break, and that was due to aging infrastructure and a bunch of valves that were aging. So I wonder if that's been, if we need an engineering report to kind of look at, because I know that some of the apartment blocks needed to have their pipes replaced from 4-inch to 10-inch, and that's a fairly good cost for the community. I think we should have had that at some point, or we should have it before we start moving forward here. The other point then would be around we have one water line, and I don't know how much pressure 43 units puts on that, but I think it's pretty significant. So I think we need to look at some of this stuff before we sort of start making any decisions. It would be nice to have some more information. And I know development cost charges are an issue, so, and I won't get into that, but there's a lot of information about that that needs to be looked at. Anyway,
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Mears.
All right.
All right. So last call, I think that's everybody. I'm going to bring it back to, unless there were any anything that you wanted to answer. Were there any things you wanted to clarify?
Very briefly, it's
Okay.
178,050 of which is a cash contribution towards the intersection.
So
Thank you.
178,050.
Yeah, for off-site contributions, and the director is correct that all infrastructure, whether it's a water upgrade that's required, pressurization, storm, sewer, all that stuff, sewer attenuation, all has been looked at and reviewed, and it's feasible. The costs have not been attributed or estimated yet, but we're well aware. We're responsible for them.
Okay, thank you. All right, so returning to the committee, let's try to determine what do we have a motion? Does anyone have a motion? Or further comment that's very brief? Sorry, Councillor Murdoch?
I'd be prepared to move option 2, which is to send it back for some comments for staff to work through. I don't think we're quite ready to go through forward here. If the motion passes, then I'll make some comments to bring back to the applicant.
I'll second it.
So then I would make just a couple quick comments. One, I think I appreciate a lot of the comments here. Most of them are being around traffic and the intersection, which obviously is a major issue and we have to deal with it. That is a little separate from the land use issue that we're really contemplating here, which is the building itself. So a couple of things. I think personally, I would like to see some changes to the setbacks and to the frontage on Bowker. And I would like to see some ways of reducing the perceived massing on Cadbro Bay in some way, shape, or form. And I think for people, I appreciate the nature of having that close to the community, but I don't sure anybody, 4 stories at 0 meters is very imposing. I think if you go and have a look at the Clive, that's a setback of 4.78 meters. So that's a streetscape that feels close to the thing, but feels part of the community, but it's still almost 5 meters away in terms of that's the kind of the plantings and the lead into the doors and so forth. I think that's the kind of scale that I'd be looking for in this, in a similar sort of piece, not 0, because I think that's incredibly, well, I'm not saying incredibly, to my mind, what I've seen so far, and we'll get some 3D models so far. So that would be my 2 comments, the takeaways. I would like those areas to kind of look at perceived massing and setback a little bit on the community side to set back. And again, this is feedback to come discuss with staff and see what can be done. Thank you.
I'm just going to add a point that the Clive is a residential only building. It's not a commercial and residential. So that's why the step back is different. I think that's what we pointed out
Specifically
earlier.
speaking to Bowker Avenue.
Okay.
Right, Bowker
Gotcha.
Street, because
All right.
that's for residential only.
Okay. Councillor
I
Neal?
guess my comment is I'm just wondering how comments like this are going to be dealt with staff, because I don't particularly agree with that. I don't know what the rest of the committee's thinking, but I'm just be concerned if that one comment without a reading from the committee was taken at face value. So,
Well, what I can do, I think, is I can call the question on the motion, or I can test whether or not we're ready to move forward with calling the question.
Just if I may, my point wasn't about the motion, because I actually would vote in favor of the motion to take it back to staff, but it's really just that specific issue, how that would be taken by staff.
I'm not sure whether I think that each individual question is written down, recorded, and then would be dealt with by staff individually. Am I right, Ms. Jones?
Madam Chair, we're at a somewhat challenging fact in that we have exactly 5 minutes left. So typically in this type of scenario, staff would request a couple rounds with council to determine consensus on what specific issues you'd like staff to address. At this point, it may be, one point of consideration might be referring to a future committee of the whole.
All right. Mayor Jensen?
I know Councillor Zelka was for me. I was just going to suggest a process.
Thank you.
And that is, I think we do need a bit of a consensus if we're going to say, okay, move it back on the Bowker. I don't think you just want to hear from one councillor. You want to kind of get a sense. And I think maybe we could defer this motion to council next week. In other words, where we could have a debate amongst ourselves as to what is it that we're going to ask staff to bring back, and what changes are we going to ask the applicant to make. So there's a consensus on that. I know when we did this, if you're standing looking at from the street to the Pure Vanilla, there was that development just to the left there, and that was very successful. Council said, no, we need you to pull back here. There was consensus. They came back, and it was changed. And in the end of the day, it was, I think, a good resolution of that particular project. So I think we need to do something like that. We're not going to do that in the next 4 minutes.
No.
And I don't think at this point, I think we need to digest a lot of this information. So I think probably next Monday, and I would assume that because all of this stuff's electronic, it can easily be put back onto an agenda. And we would just see us discussing it, then sending it to staff, back to the developer, and to return to a committee of the whole. That's my thought.
Does that sound amenable to everybody? Do we have consensus generally around the table?
I would think we would need a motion to defer.
Then we'll need a motion to defer.
To the motion to defer.
Second.
Some say D, some say D.
Okay, no further comment. I'll call the question on deferral. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for staying
Got
very
another item.
late. And we do have 2 more items actually. And we'll quickly address those. All right, so regulatory items. We have Parks and Beaches Bylaw 2017.
I'll move the recommendation in the report from.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, none opposed. Okay, carried. And finally, attendance at the LGLA 2017 conference. We have Councillor Neal would like to attend. Would anyone else like to attend? Do we need to amend that?
I may.
Oh, okay. So could we leave that open?
Well, you can just put my name there. If I don't go, I don't go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we have a motion to allow.
I move the resolution that Councillor Ney and Councillor Murdoch attend the LGLA 2017.
Okay. Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed.
Move adjournment.
Thank you.
Seconded.
Call the question on adjournment. Opposed? None opposed. Adjourned.